Alright, hello Guild Wars 2 gamers, welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk. Today, we have got some news before we jump into our regularly scheduled Wednesday morning program. So, I'm gonna go into YouTube mode now, and we're gonna knock all this out and take a look at what we got. Alright. Clearing the throat here. Just finished breakfast. I have Pop-Tarts. Alright, hello Guild Wars 2 gamers. Today is Wednesday, August 6th. We've got some Guild Wars 2 news. We have got the newest blog post, which is the final 3 elite specializations, the Elementalist, the Engineer, and the Revenant. And first off, we've got a video. So I've got a few tabs open here. Let's just jump into the video. I have not seen this yet. Let's finally find out who is who, other than the Evoker. We know that one.
Evocation was a veiled practice among Norn shamans, but the spirits of the wild have encouraged them to share this practice with children.
Oh no, it's Norn themed.
Evokers channel the elements to summon forth a familiar to join them in battle.
Wait. Okay, hold on. So, one of my early things that I said, dude, it is a water otter. Oh my god. So I said jokingly, I was like, you know, does the fox just change to every element? Or when you go in the water, is it a water otter? I said that as a joke. I was right on that one. Totally had no idea on the other two, though. It looks like air is a bunny. And what is it? Earth is a frog or a toad?
Summon a cunning fox, summon forth a familiar to join them in battle. Summon a cunning fox familiar to throw flaming projectiles at your enemies. Call forth a gentle otter and quench the battlefield with cleansing waves. Electrify the scene with a hair cast from lightning and storm. And break ground.
That's a cool animation.
An earthen toad, fortifying yourself.
It's a toad.
These familiars will be your strongest allies in battle. Protect them as they protect you. And help the spirits of the wild connect once again with the greater world as the Evoker.
Okay. Alright, so I already have a lot of stuff to say, but let's get through the video without me interrupting it too much first.
Surin Ingenuity has done it again with the creation of the Mercurial Mold, an amalgam.
It was amalgam for Ingie.
Tune their microbial biology.
That hair is intense.
To their new ferrofluid friend to enhance their body in battle. Shred your enemies as you throw out globs of slime to form flying discs that cut anything in their path. Command your ooze to form around you as you melt to avoid incoming attacks, and deal out damage to enemies that stand too close. And don't forget to bash the enemy as you cleave them with a blunt mold. As an amalgam, bond with your mold and adapt to the ever-changing battlefield. A mysterious entity is...
Okay, alright, so I wasn't too far off when I said the liquid metal guy from Terminator 2 yesterday. Very interesting. Alright.
At play. Raza has been watching Tyria from the mists. Channel their powers, assume different forms, and devastate the battlefield as a...
So, quick pause. I know a tiny bit about Raza. When I open I am watching this and have not read this yet. I'm watching this for the first time, and I have not read this article yet. But when I saw the headpiece on this thumbnail, I figured that he was going to be related, and I opened a tab to talk about him a little bit. I didn't realize it was going to be, like, literally him. I just thought it was going to be related to, like, his people.
Conduit. Channel Raza and gain ascension skills. Gain their powers, but only for a limited time. Learn their abilities to better understand the best path to victory. Through your connection to the assassin, warrior, mesmer, monk, and dervish. Unleash powers that have not been seen since the legends themselves. Through your connection to Raza, find strength, resilience, courage, and purpose.
Wait, does he change all the other legends?
As the conduit.
Hold on. I know I could just read it, but hold on.
Conduit. Channel Raza and gain ascension skills. Gain their powers, but only for a limited time. Learn their abilities to better understand the best path to victory through your connection to the assassin, warrior.
So okay. So assassin stays assassin. Dwarf becomes warrior.
Mesmer.
Demon becomes mesmer. I mean, yeah, if you've ever met a mesmer to jumping puzzle, yeah.
Monk.
Centaur becomes the monk.
And dervish.
And who's dervish? Is just Raza himself the dervish?
Unleash.
Scythe. That's the sun spear scythe. This might be a staff with a scythe skin in his hand. For a second, I was like, wait, did they actually get to wield a scythe? Is it like F4 to summon scythe? But I think this might be a staff with a scythe skin.
Powers that have not been seen since the legends.
Okay. Let me...
Courage and purpose as the conduit.
Okay. All right, let's read about it before I talk your ear off, and let's see what the facts are. All right. Today we're unveiling the final 3 elite specializations coming to Guild Wars 2 Visions of Eternity. If you missed our previous reveals, make sure you check out the Elite Spec blogs for the Mesmer Ranger and Guardian and the Thief, Necromancer, and Warrior. Before we dive into the details for the Revenant, Ellie, and Engineer, make sure you tune into our Twitch channel Friday, August 8th at 12 p.m. Pacific Time for a live preview of the 3 elite specs we're talking about today. As always, that's the information if you want to watch it live. I will be covering it during my evening show on Friday, so I'll have a video on it up a little bit later if you want to watch it, via me. But if you want to watch it live, that is on their main Twitch channel, and it usually shows up on the YouTube channel a little bit later. You'll also be able to play all the elite specs yourself during our beta event from August 20th at 9 a.m. Pacific Time until August 27th at 10 p.m. Pacific Time. The Evoker, Spiritual Summoners, and we got a picture here. Pretty rad artwork. So there's the Firefox, the Electric Bunny, the Earth Toad, and the Water Otter. The water. Alright. Having toppled the powerful Jotun civilization in the previous Dragon Rise, Jormag was poised to claim the Shiver Peaks and beyond when they awoke once again. However, as the dragon's influence crept south of the mountainous crown, displacing the various Coden sanctuaries, it collided with the stalwart and courageous resolve of the Norn and their ever-watching guides, the spirits of the wild. Despite their resistance, Jormag's campaign left lasting scars on many of the spirits, consuming or corrupting those that held the line. In the years since Jormag's defeat, the Norn have made strides to reconnect and commune with the spirits. Except Owl, thanks Bram. Many now turn to old practices that harken to a time when the first pacts that entwined both groups in spiritual harmony were spoken, the centuries-old tradition of the Evoker. Drawing upon the forces of the natural world, these Norn elementalists call upon spiritual companions and empower them with elemental energy. Oh, okay, so you have to be a Norn elementalist. The other races can't play this. At the spirit's behest, the Norn have been encouraged to share this practice beyond their own to help restore and heal Tyria's nature spirits. Familiar friends. Every Evoker starts with a choice. Which element do you want to specialize in? Selecting an elemental skill on the F5 slot will specialize in that element, granting a few bonuses. Okay. First, the attunement skill for that element will have a significantly reduced recharge time. In addition, some of the Evoker's traits and utility skills will be affected by your chosen element. And most importantly, a familiar of that element will join you on your adventure. Okay, so you've got an F5, which is like a little empty slot, and you put an element in it, and that element gets buffed, and you get that familiar. Okay. Fire Specialist will be accompanied by the Cunning Fox, Water joined by the Mischievous Otter, Air by the Agile Hare, and Earth gets the Stalwart Toad. The familiar has 2 different skills that are available in the F5 slot once they are fully charged, a basic skill and an empowered skill. The basic skill is charged as the Evoker uses their own weapon skills, requiring a total of 6 to fully charge. Weapon skills that match the familiar's element will count for double, meaning that only 3 fire attunement skills will be required to fully charge the Fox's skill. The familiar's empowered skill will unlock after using its basic skill 3 times, and that's when the Evoker and their familiar unleash their full potential. The Evoker is a flexible specialization capable of filling a number of roles depending on which element you specialize in. Those leaning toward fire may want to choose to focus on conditioned damage, as the Fox will complement those builds well. And I wonder if this is the empowered thing. I'm seeing like an earth bursting up. I see lightning. I see fire swirling around. I see like a water bubble crashing down. Like this looks like what Aang was doing at the end of the Avatar series. Fiery Foxes. The Fox's basic skill is called Ignite. When activated, the Fox will launch a fiery missile at your target, dealing some damage and inflicting burning. An enemy struck by this skill in quick succession will receive additional stacks of burning. After using Ignite 3 times, and hopefully inflicting a good chunk of burning, Evokers will gain access to the Fox's empowered skill, Conflagration. Using this skill will summon the Fox near your target, after which it will perform a leaping strike that inflicts burning and also spreads any burning from that target to nearby enemies, up to a limit. We thought that spreading 1,500 burning stacks might be a bit too powerful. I mean, I've never seen over 300, so... tune in to our stream this Friday for a full reveal of the other spirit companions and their abilities. Okay, so first off, it's not actually a pet class. And they never said it was, but, you know, we saw the Firefox and lots of people wondered if Ellie was going to be getting a pet class. And no, the thing is going to sit above your shoulder, kind of like a gyro. Certainly not in the same way as a gyro. It's not a one-to-one comparison, but my point is, it's a familiar. Kind of like in D&D or Pathfinder, you know, if you've got a wizard and they got a familiar, it's usually a small, companion. You often would keep it out of combat. It wouldn't be out on the front lines tanking for you or anything like that, and it would augment your abilities. So it's closer to the familiar idea than it is to the, companion idea.
Period. Evokers channel the elements to summon forth a familiar to join them in battle. Summon a cunning fox familiar to throw flaming projectiles at you.
So there's Ignite.
Call forth a gentle
Then probably... I'm wondering if that was Conflagration. Alright, so right here... Hang on.
To throw
so I think this is Ignite.
flaming
Pew pew.
projectiles at your enemies.
And then this, I think, is Conflagration.
Call
Boom.
forth a gentle otter and quench the battlefield with cleansing waves. Electrify the scene with a hair cast from lightning and storm. And break ground with the help.
I want to say again, I really like this animation they did here. The rabbit just like ping, 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 ping.
And break ground with the help of an earthen toad, fortifying yourself. These familiars will be your strongest allies in battle.
And then here we've got some kind of empowered skill where all 4 of them float in the air
as they protect
and just cast Muck You on this person.
The spirits of the wild. Connect once again with the great...
So yeah, so right there we see all 4 of them hitting. So there's some kind of super skill. Might be the elite. That's a good guess. Yeah, it might be the elite skill. It's just all of them hitting at once.
Your world as the Evoker.
Looks pretty neat. Looks pretty neat. What really caught my eye and ear the most was the part that said whatever element is selected is going to have a vastly reduced cooldown time. And I'm remembering during the brief time I tried out Support Ellie, that if I went into water as part of the rotation to keep up Soothing Mist, and then I left water and then someone else had an emergency, it would be 10 seconds before I could go back into water to try to help them. And I'm wondering, like, assuming this has, skills that support a support playstyle, I'm wondering how much better it would feel to be able to go back into water much more often if you're playing a support build.
Is Eli finally getting down Sate's attunements?
Is Ellie finally getting down? I don't know about that, Reagan. I don't know. Yeah, I really like the idea of just drastically reducing the cooldown of one of your elements, because that could completely change rotations for a lot of the builds. Okay, cool. That, not gonna lie, that looks pretty nice to me, and I historically do not play Ellies that much. Very much want to see that trait line. I want to see what they're capable of doing. Since they've got the Water Otter, I assume that they're going to have a support option, but we will find out more on that topic on Friday. Moving on to the next one. I did a whole video yesterday on, is the NG conduit? Here's my idea. Is it Amalgam? Here's my idea. And for Amalgam, I talked about Mercury, because in our world, mercury is, or sorry, an amalgam is typically a combination of mercury plus another metal used in dentistry, according to Google. Thank you, Google. So I talked about liquid metal, and I actually talked about the T-1000, the liquid metal guy from Terminator 2. And how he was, turned parts of his body into metal and shape change them. He couldn't turn them into something complex, like he couldn't turn his arm into a machine gun for any younglings who haven't seen that. But anything that was like a simple idea, like he could turn his hands into giant spikes or clubs or crowbars, sharp, blunt things. He could do that. And of course, if you blasted a hole in him, it would just bloop, and it would just seal back up. So this seems very inspired by that guy. All right, let's see what we got. The amalgam, oozing with power. Asuran scientists have studied, manipulated, transformed, and occasionally displaced oozes at every level of scientific research. It's true, there's like multiple ooze labs in the newbie zone. Endlessly adaptable, oozes can absorb the properties of substances and living creatures they come into contact with, and a recent breakthrough has allowed them to be used as a powerful tool for both defense and offense. The mercurial mold is a special species of ooze. Wait, you're just wearing an ooze? You're like, all right, eat this mercury. Ooze is like, nom nom. You're like, all right, get on. They could form a symbiotic bond with its owner and interpret their needs in battle. It's lightweight, responds instantly, requires no special feeding, and best of all, no fatalities have been reported as a result of the bonding process. Have been reported. Why not give it a try? Okay, it's not T-1000, it's freaking Venom. All right. Okay. I also mentioned yesterday that if they were going to do a liquid metal route, they already have a lot of this stuff they need in the game through the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut is a legendary hammer that has a whole bunch of spell graphics that look like liquid metal, and this looks like they used those textures quite well and applied them to new skills. Slime time. Bonded with their mercurial mold, amalgams are engineers with unparalleled adaptive capabilities. By being able to freely customize which morph skills they select, you can arrive to any fight with the right tools to survive and dish out damage. Amalgams can temporarily meld with their slime, resulting in an altered or even mutated form. An amalgam's experimentation results in a malleable fighter that can always find the edge in combat. Amalgams replace the engineer's utility toolbelt abilities with morph abilities. There are several morph skills, and you can select which ones to fight with in the same manner you select your utility skills. The morph skills command the mercurial mold to shapeshift into different forms, such as shield, defensive spikes, or even a massive sword. Okay, that's really interesting.
Hello there.
Hello there. Okay, so your tool belt has got more options than there are slots on the belt. And you can change the ones that are there from a pool of options until you get the ones you want. I think that's what I'm understanding. That is, for any non-NG mains, the way it has worked historically is if you pick, like, every skill for your utility bar comes with the tool belt skill. So, like, you might have, like, drink potion as one of your buttons, and then the tool belt button that associates with it would be throw potion, and then you could toss it at a teammate. That's just a very simple example, but you get the idea, I hope. So every skill for your heal, your 3 utilities, and your elite had a tool belt button that was associated with it. So you pick a skill, you would get that skill and the tool belt version of that skill. You'd get 2 things. Unless you played Mechanist, which would have the mech instead of the tool belt. So this, you don't get the 2-for-1 thing, but you have your own set of choices up here to make. Which, how much I like that is going to be dependent on how interesting those skills are. All right. Become one with the mold. Your elite tool belt skill is replaced by Evolve. Evolve briefly combines the engineer and the mercurial mold into one being, granting a host of benefits. These benefits, however, are unique to each slime. As you select your morph skills, your mercurial mold's composition is altered to also change what happens when you evolve. These compositional shifts, called strains, can vary from granting super speed and quickness to stunning nearby enemies when you evolve. Amalgam's utility skills are stances. The mercurial mold can assist you in shifting your form, making you as dense as steel or light as a feather. With the skill Liquid State, you can even melt it down into a puddle. Okay, and I think we saw that during the video.
Done it again. With the creation of the mercurial mold, an amalgam can attune their microbial biology to their new ferrofluid friend to enhance their body in battle. Shred your enemies as you throw out globs of slime to form flying discs that cut anything in their path. Command your
There it
ooze
is.
to
There's the
form
puddle
around
thing.
you as you melt to avoid incoming attacks and deal out damage to enemies that stay.
So the question is, that skill, just from what we see here, it looks like it just makes you invulnerable, but unable to play for a second or two. Like, you just go bloop, and then you come back up. Which makes me think of Vladimir from League of Legends. The vampire guy that could turn into a puddle of blood, and he was invulnerable for a few moments, and then he would, come back together afterward.
Stand too close. And don't forget to bash the enemy.
I love how that hammer is noticeably too long. Like, you could tell it's stretched a little bit. It makes me think of Luffy.
Enemy as you cleave them with a blunt mold. As an amalgam, bond
Okay, I think we just saw a pull there, and a porcupine blender.
with your mold and adapt to the ever-changing battlefield. A mysterious entity.
I know it's a trailer, but sword offhand. Wait, what? I'm pretty sure you had a pistol offhand. Hold on.
Globs of slime biology to their new
That's a gun. Yeah, that's a long-barreled gun.
ferrofluid friend to enhance their body in battle.
Yeah, nice hoping, but no. That's a big old pistol. All right. So stances, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that is all we know so far on the amalgam. Very interesting. Now, how much I like it is going to be dependent upon, like, the traits and skills. But the actual, like, lore, like, the idea behind it is decent. It is true. There are a bunch of slime labs that have been in the game for like 10 years, and this follows that. Kind of like this up here, the thing with the spirits. Like, yeah, there's plenty of lore to back this up. Now, I think it's going to be a teensy tiny bit odd that, races other than Norn are going to be talking to the elements. Or, sorry, I said elements. I meant spirits. However, that's a very small stretch, right? Like, if we're comparing that to Antiquary, like, for, like, the disbelief scale as a lore nerd, this is a 1 and Antiquary is 100. So I think they did a pretty good job with these two so far. All right, let's see what the last one is. The Conduit, channeling the past. And we've got the hat here, which, again, Raza. All right, the Conduit, channeling the past. Centuries ago, the hero who defeated the fallen god Abaddon met a strange entity imprisoned deep within the realm of torment, Raza, a being born of the mist. Freed by Abaddon's death to seek their own purpose in life, Raza chose to accompany the hero across Tyria, and their boundless curiosity led them to study and master any number of martial and magical disciplines. So, let me talk about Raza for a second. I know a tiny bit about this guy because it's come up in conversation and talks before. Raza was added in Guild Wars 1's Nightfall, which is the only campaign I haven't personally played of Guild Wars 1. I'll get to it at some point. But he was a character that could join your party, and you designed him to be like a party member. He was a hero. He started as a ritualist, but you could change him to be anything. You could change him into anything. He was almost a blank slate. And this is his readout. The proto-matter that makes up the mist strains towards creation, often spawning demonic creatures in nightmarish forms. Not all creatures from the mist are demonic, however. When the mist came into contact with a suitable human template, for example, it can copy that form, creating a sentient entity with a humanoid appearance and an almost human mind. Raza is one such creation. It has sprung into being a fully formed adult. It has the knowledge and capabilities of a human, but it lacks common sense. As a result, it asks odd questions about human emotions, contemplates human motivations, and attempts to duplicate human mannerisms. Raza is a contradiction. More than human in some ways, less than human in others. It needs an identity, a personality, and a purpose. Hopefully it will find its purpose by working with a hero, otherwise it could degenerate into an abomination as monstrous and inhuman as its demonic brethren. Which reminds me a little bit of Baby Aurene, when we kept, like, training her to help people because we didn't want her to grow up to be like every other dragon that has ever existed. Okay, so this guy, or this mist being, who was a blank slate and has learned a lot about the world and how to play every single class in Guild Wars 1, is being channeled by Revenants. Alright. Glint was not evil. Okay, fine, -1. Alright. The Conduit, channeling the past. Centuries ago, we already read that paragraph. All right, but Razah's story seemed to have ended with their companions. No one has seen or heard from them since. They may have returned to the mist to wander or fall into the corruption they once feared. They might have learned to mimic human behavior precisely enough to live 100 lives in obscurity. Or they could have been watching our world, still learning and waiting for someone like you. And there's Razah there. Looking real good. Harness the Mists. After the complexity of having two different legends in the form of Saint Victor and Archimoris in Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons, we wanted to focus on a single legend that offered an equally unique experience. As a denizen born of the Mist, Razah is the first living legend to assist the Reverent in their adventures. Living legend. Okay, so that's really cool. So there was for a long time, people thought that Revenants could channel anyone dead. And then, I forget when it was said, but at some point, someone official said, oh, no, they can channel living beings too. It's just, it has to be someone who had a strong enough impact on the world that they left, like, an imprint of themselves on the mist. But it just hasn't come up yet. So this is the first time the Rev is channeling someone who's alive. With the Conduit, and that means Razah's running around somewhere too, so that's pretty cool. With the Conduit, we wanted to portray the multifaceted nature of Razah's unique link to the Mists. Thus, the Elite spec was designed to have a malleability and flexibility that reflected Razah's ability to transform into any profession. By amplifying the Revenant's connection to the Mists, the Conduit can tap into a deeper well of power through the legends they choose to channel, further augmenting their existing strengths. And then we got him roaring, and then Razah above him there. Can the Revenant channel themselves, the commander? Be unstoppable. Legendary Affinity. As the Conduit, you gain the ability to use Cosmic Wisdom, allowing you to further channel the powers of your equipped legend, giving rise to different forms. As an example, using Cosmic Wisdom with Legendary Assassin stance equipped gives access to Form of the Assassin, granting the Conduit bonus power and movement speed, as well as inflicting debilitating conditions on foes you strike. Cosmic Wisdom only lasts for a limited amount of time, but it can be extended through the use of Affinity. Affinity is a new resource that represents the strength of your connection to your legend. Affinity can be gained through using any legendary skills that cost energy. Each point of Affinity you gain increases the duration of Cosmic Wisdom by a set amount. However, you lose all Affinity as you swap legends. Thanks to the power of Razah, Conduits gain access to Legendary Entity stance, bringing with them various skills that harken back to when they wandered Tyria as a hero. Each skill in Legendary Entity stance has an effect called Resonance, a bonus effect that comes into play if the corresponding legend is equipped in the other slot. For example, Beguiling Haze normally shadow steps you to the target while performing a quick attack on them. However, if you have a Legendary Assassin stance equipped as your second legend, the skill becomes an area of effect targeted skill, allowing Conduits to shadow step even without a target, and strikes all enemies in the vicinity. Ooh. That sounds pretty interesting. So each of Razah's skills is going to have another legend associated with it. And if your second legend that you're not using in that moment happens to be that legend, those skills are buffed. So they're, I mean, you know, for utility, one heal, so probably the heal skill will be Centaur, I would imagine, and, you know, the others are probably going to be utility / the elite. At Muck, Beguiling Haze was a Guild Wars 1 elite assassin skill. Yeah, I think Wanderlust, that the Ritualist Spirit got, was an elite as well, but they got it as just like a basic thing. But yeah, we'll see. Live stream this Friday. We hope that you enjoyed our lead spec previews. Let us know on our socials and forums which one you're the most excited to play in the upcoming beta on August 20th. Tune into our Twitch channel this Friday, August 8th at 12 p.m. Pacific Time for more details on the Conduit, Evoker, and the Amalgam. For more info on Visions of Eternity, head to the official site, and then there's a link. All right. You know, we still don't know a lot, and we'll find out on Friday, but just based on the teaser, kind of feeling the phrase they saved the best for last. And this is coming from a Ranger main. These look cool. Like, I like what I'm seeing here. I'm very interested in these. I want to see the traits. I want to see the stuff.
I woke up too early today and the first thing I see is Revenant's spec name. I'm not mad about the law.
I'm literally trying to stop that. Okay, hold on. I'll play that in a minute. I'll come back and play that in a minute. God damn it. Where was I? What year is it? Okay, these look really good. These look really cool. They definitely put a lot of thought into these. As someone who's been enjoying the lore of the game, these have, you know, decent connections to the lore. Like, we've got a character that was very much a thing in the game for the Revenants. We've got, you know, references to the Asura here. And really, each class seems to be attached, although some of them are quite tenuously, to a race. Like, the Troubadour is related to the Sylvari going on like a world tour. And then we've got, you know, this thing with the Asuran labs. And then we've got the Elementalist Evoker with the spirits and stuff like that. So, you know, I think they did a pretty good job with these, both from a lore perspective and also at first glance, gameplay-wise. I'm very interested to see more of their stuff. You know, we need to see, like, the traits, and we need to see what skills they're going to be getting, and the weird tool belt skills that the Amalgam is going to get. But I like what I see so far. And I think that's all we got so far. So that is everything we know right now about the Ellie, the Engineer, and the Revenant. And I think we'll just stop it there. At this point, it's just, you know, more speculation. You know, it turned out the Ellie wasn't a pet build. It was more of like a familiar build, which is fine. And then the liquid metal guy ended up being spot on. I wasn't expecting Venom, but we got that too. And then the Rev taking the form of someone who could take anyone's form. Really going to have to see how unique they made these, because, you know, by dividing the skills up, you know, there's a skill for Centaur, there's a skill for Assassin, you know, it's going to be pretty diluted, but I'm curious to see how powerful these things are going to be. Yeah, all right, I think we'll pause it there. So, that's everything we know from the news today. If you got any questions, problems, thoughts, concerns, or if you noticed anything unique in the video that we missed and you want to point it out, put it in the comment section down below, and I'll fight you there. All right, there we go. Okay, you didn't finish the video. We finished it on the first playthrough. We finished it on the first playthrough. It's fine. Okay, let's see. Where is the thing that I paused earlier? Let me play it again. Just a sec. Why is it not working? There we go.
I woke up too early today and the first thing I see is Revenant's spec name. I'm not mad about the lore, not the skills, just its flipping name. Revenant is Mayo, and conduit is flipping aioli. Conduit is just Revenant with garlic. MuklukYoutube.
I don't know what you mean by Mayo. I don't know what aioli is, and Revenant didn't get conduit. Okay. Muck, check this link. Okay, what's this link? What is this? New NG spec looks sick. Ha! I love it. There we go. You don't know aioli is fancy mayo? Then why is Rev mayo? And Rev wasn't even friggin' conduit. Like, none of that makes any sense. Yeah, so yeah, that is one of the slimes from, what was it called? Dragon Quest? I think it was Dragon Quest. Yeah. Rev's got... Oh, no, Rev is conduit. Sorry. I was thinking engineer when I said that. We were looking at... People were sending me pictures of engineers. I misspoke. Yeah. Rev got conduit. Engineer got amalgam. Anyway, I don't get the mayo and aioli thing. Sorry. I'm very confused. That message gave me a stroke. Let's see. That's such kindergarten logic. They took my shovel, so I took their toy car. Wait, what? My personal ranking from what I've seen is Ellie Mez, NG Thief, Necro, Rev Ranger, Guard Warrior. Oh man, Thief's at the bottom for me. Thief's at the bottom for me. Which one is your favorite of these three based on just this post? These all three look nice. This is the best, in my eyes, this is the best batch. All three of these look nice. I don't know. It's hard to say. Because, like, for example, the Amalgam with the liquid metal, it could be really stupid or really awesome depending on what skills they get to use that liquid metal with. So I'm very curious to see, like, what they're getting with that. I think they're saying a conduit is a little spice added to core rev, but nothing new. I feel like we don't know enough to make that statement yet. I feel like for Gale Shot, that's true. Gale Shot is just longbow, but the numbers are better, and you don't get a new elite spec. So I feel for Gale Shot, that's completely true. For this, I don't know about this. Let's see. As a Rev main, I feel like this is exactly what Rev needed. I think they just don't like the name of the conduit. Okay, I still don't get aioli mayonnaise. Conduit is not condiment. Wait, do they think conduit means condiment? Because yeah, mayo is a condiment. this conversation. Charmon like broke my brain, and now everyone in chat is like trying to decipher what the hell he's talking about. I think New Revenant sounds badass. Let's see. Which one's Relish? Yo, I don't know. Okay. Hang on a second here. Let's do upload. And trying to get my computer wake up here. There we go. And hold on. Double checking this is the right file. Target dealing some damage. Yep. Gosh, I look sleepy in that one. Condiments make everything better. The name is just Fancy or Revenant. It's just the same name. You think Conduit is the same as Fancy or Revenant? I don't know. I think Conduit makes more sense than Revenant does. This is what happens when Charmon doesn't win purple balls. He engages in psychological warfare. Yeah, I guess so. Other races channeling Norn spirits is fine because Guilders, when the main character human could channel Norn spirits as well. Oh really? I didn't know that. I will say I would not have thought that frog is Earth. I mean, okay, I'm trying to think. If I could pick an animal for Earth, what would I pick? Maybe a mole because it digs through the Earth, or something really stocky, like a friggin' bison or something, like something sturdy. Armadillo. Armadillo would have been okay. A turtle. As long as it's the walkie one, not the swimmy one. A dredge. A scrit. More scrit slavery. Dang it. Alright. Gotta make a thumbnail real quick. Turtle like Jade Sphere Earth. A pangolin. The elusive tunneling bison. I didn't say Tyson. God. I didn't say Tysons could bunnel. I just said they were stocky. NG's eating goo tonight. I mean eating good tonight. Ah ha 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 ha. Bunneling Tysons. Mike Charmon did an ever on you. He did! That whole paragraph was so stupid. I'm glad I got paid to listen to it. That was rough. He said, forget Revenants or mayonnaise. What? What are you talking about? What do you mean Revenants or mayonnaise? You know what? I'm gonna get the spark, the woo out for this one. Okay. All right. We need. Let's see. Need the thumbnail for this. All right. Hang on. Copy YouTube thumbnail. Okay. Here we go. And do this. Put the big Naruto frog on the thumbnail. The big Naruto frog. Ah, shoot. Who cares about the rev? We can just have him out of frame. Okay. Do like that and then add some text to it. All right. What did I do for the text for the previous ones of these? Killer artwork for these specs. Yeah. The Char's hairstyle is so intense. Just all of it full, like, yo, that Char, if he can't beat you in battle, he wants to speak to your manager. Red arrow pointing at the rev that just says Mayo question mark. Mark, what day is it? Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta.
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
There you go. Okay. Let's see. Thief, Indiana Ghosts and Shouts. All right. Let's see. Background. I can't even have like Mayo mention the video because you did that like after the video. All right. What do we got here? Need some text. What is the text gonna say? Familiars, Venom. Let's see. Toads, Venom, and need something for the rev. Not Mayo, because no one would get it. That joke didn't happen during the video. No one would get it. We gotta have something else.
Is it Venom? No, it's Mayo.
Miss Boy? Miss Boy. There we go. Miss Boy might be too much. Dervish. The people that wanted Dervish, I don't know if they're gonna be excited to get this version of Dervish, because this is kind of like they're getting like an all-in-one type of thing. Nope, undo that. Nope, undo that. There we go. That is a weird title. That is a weird title. Okay. And turn that back on. Burp. Any of that? Okay. Everyone knows Razal is a mesmer. I don't think everybody knows that. I think most people didn't know Razal existed. And color some random words here. All right. That'll do. Can one of them have googly eyes? Do I still have the googly eyes layer? Shouldn't Venom be green? What? Venom's black. What? Dude, Charmon is like inspiring other people in chat to have a stroke. I don't know what's going on. All right. Oh wait, I do have a googly eyes layer. Oh my god, how long has this been here? One sec. Oh gosh, no, deselect that. God dang it. Should I just put it on everyone? So stupid. Dude, I used this for some thumbnail with Bram on it like 10,000 years ago. And it's been here ever since. There we go. I think most people aren't going to notice that. I'm proud of my boy Muck using GIMP. It's free. That's within my budget, Dungeon. They also said Mesmer as he swapped to Demon Stance. They did say Mesmer, yes. Speaking of frogs, have you seen the Wednesday Dude frog vids? I'm not sure. It may be a long time ago. I'm not a native speaker, but should the title be Toad's Vinpom in Miss Boy? Vinpom? No, it should not be Vinpom. Oh my god, I should just have you guys in emote only mode. And then I'll just pretend what you guys are saying and I'll just respond to it. Okay. Alright, that's fine. Let's see. Thumbnails, Guild Wars 2, news, 8/6/25. Wait, where is it? Oh, it opened behind it. There we go. Amalgam Engineers and Thaumanova Reactor. Hey, that slime is my friend. Oxford Comments Rosie. Look, I can't help it. I was taught as a kid, if you're listing a bunch of things, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Like there's a comma space before the and. And that is hard programmed into my mind, okay? That's how I was taught. I'm sorry if things have changed. It's deep in my brain. I have to do it. I have to do it. All right. It's kind of like PEMDAS. Like I look at math problems and my brain does PEMDAS for that. And you know, some of the kids these days are taught using different methods, and then my number doesn't match theirs. And so like they end up wrong. Okay. What was this one? Ellie, NG, and Revenant new elite info. August 6th, Guild Wars 2 news. And then I need to make timestamps for this. Okay, hang on. Let's see. And flashbang. Go back to dark mode. Okay, copy this. Cite my sources. Okay. Hang on a second. Boop, 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 boop. All right. Hello, Guild Wars 2. Hello, me. All right. August, which is the and first off, we've got a video. So I've got a few tabs open here. Let's just jump into the video. I have not. All right. Let's see. Making timestamps. So watching trailer, 20 seconds in. All right. When did we start reading on each class? I'm watching the headpiece up to talk about related to
skills, ability through your Raza and path.
Dwarf send sites like and let's see what the facts are. All right. Today we're unveiling reveals. Make sure you dive into the petrol. As always, if you want bunny, the earth having toppled the power, the water otter, the water. All right, so 6:55 was when we started looking at the Ellie, or the Evoker. Next up, let's just skip ahead a chunk. What if you're playing? I did a whole video yesterday topic on Friday. Moving on to the next one. All right, so 14:18 is the Amalgam. I did a whole video yesterday. Bed mass is the same as PEMDAS. Wait, what? We're still talking about math? I don't know bed mass. What is PEMDAS? PEMDAS was a math thing that we learned as a kid. Okay, hang on. All right, so PEMDAS. To remember it, we were often taught, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. What it actually stands for is parentheses, then exponents, and then multiplication and division, and then addition and subtraction. Typo. It's important to note that these are like at the same time, and these are at the same time. So like, if you've got a problem that's like, I don't know, so like 2 plus 3 times 3, you do the 3 times 3 first. So then it becomes 2 plus 9, and then it becomes 11, okay? If you just did it in order, and you did 2 plus 3 times 3, if you just did it from left to right, which is not what you're supposed to do, then the 2 plus 3 becomes 5 times 3, and then you get 15, which is the wrong answer. So, you know, it's stuff like that. That's what it is. Man. The fact that you remember those words is a testament to how clever it was. Teachers found lots of cool tricks with like memory games that were really useful. You know one that saved me in elementary school? Real talk. Okay, greater than and less than signs. I would constantly forget which one meant greater than and which one meant less than. Yet young me was really stupid with this. And then my teacher taught me this. Okay, if you've got a problem, it's an alligator mouth. And the alligator wants to eat the bigger piece of pie. And so the thing would be facing the bigger number. And after that, I still didn't know which one was called greater than and which one was called less than, but I always aced my math homework after that. Because I was just imagining alligators and pies. Alligators don't eat pies. This alligator ate so much pie. And that, dude, I learned that as a child, and that saved me in like a year's worth of elementary school homework. And I still, like, it was another year before I got the symbols, like, by name correctly. The alligator mouth is universal. Yeah, it works. It works. Okay, what timestamp did I start talking about the Revenant? Making you as dense as steel or love how that hammer...
An amalgam.
I'm still off. The idea behind it, but odd that, like, we're careful. I think they did the hat here, which, like, the past. And we. All right, 2230 is the conduit. All right, who is Razah? This is Razah. We already talked about him at length, so I will give you a link. That's Razah. You know, I'll put that in the related links thing as well. Okay, I think that's everything. All right, so now I gotta set this up. All right, upload file and thumbnails. We were told to imagine marbles between both ends of the left and right. The open side will have more marbles. That's the side of the bigger number. Also works. Hungry, hungry hippos. There we go. There's our googly eyes. Dark mode breaks the YouTube studio thing. Gotta turn that off. That's why I don't need dark mode on all the time. It makes this page, like, unreadable. Surely you remember my very earnest mother just sent us 9 pizzas. I have never heard that one, no. I have never heard that one, no. Alright, and da-da, and da-da. Poor Pluto. Oh, you're referring to, like, the planets. Got it. No, I never learned that rhyme, no. But now, as soon as you mentioned Pluto, I was like, oh, he's talking about the planets. Get Dark Reader extension, it's a lifesaver. I think I have. Is that the one I've got? Hang on a second, because there's multiple dark reading extensions. Manage extensions. What do I have? I have Dark Reader. Yeah, that's what I've got right now. Yeah, so mine's just probably set up differently than yours is. August 6th? There we go. 6th. Yeah, that's because the thing is, I always, like, copy a previous video and then I make tweaks to it so that I don't have to, you know, type all this in. So that's how we sometimes end up with things like Sixthird or 60th. That's how that happens. Ellie, NG, and Revenant new lead info. All right, so now I just need to make sure that the outro thing is working, and then we're done. Right? Meh. Where is it? Okay, there it is. There's the little cards. That's what we wanted. All right. And this one is it done processing? What? Okay, it needs a minute. Let's see. You know, I should also check it after. There was a video I uploaded the other day, and by default, YouTube will add ads to videos automatically. But then you can change it. You could be like, no, delete all these ads. I want this many. And I usually have one ad per video, unless it's a really long video, then maybe more than one. And there was a video I uploaded the other day, and it was when I was watching the live stream on Friday, and YouTube automatically added like 45 ads. It was one of those things where someone would look at it and be like, sir, did you know there's a video in your ads? Like, it was insane. I was like, what the hell? And it was a 2-hour video, and so I deleted all but like 2 of them. But I was just like, what? There are 45? Are you serious? It was a lot. It was a lot. I remember the last time I watched one of your videos, it had like an ad every 1 minute and 30 seconds. Dude, tell me. That's not on purpose. Friggin', it just does that sometimes. That is not on purpose. Hang on a second. Can I find one? Hold on. Ad slot. All right, here's a normal one. All right, I just opened this. Here's a normal one. There's one ad in the middle. That's it. That's supposed to be the standard for my channel. If it's like a 2-hour long video, maybe a couple. But that's supposed to be the standard. If you see a video that's got an ad every 90 seconds, that's YouTube went insane. Please let me know. That is not what I'm shooting for here. Big money mug. Big money mug. No, big people unsub mug. People freaking leave when that happens. It's the golden goose. You press that button too many times, people dip. Can't tell you I got ad blocker. I have ad blocker too. It's fine. That's why I don't know. That's why I don't know about this stuff. You fixed it within a day. Oh, I already fixed it. Okay. I thought you were just like, wow, this is a landmine, and then you just left it there. I was like, oh my god. YouTube has been wild with ads lately. It's not just the creator, from what I could tell. Yeah, but I'm controlling what I can. Wish me luck using your vids to install Blish HUD, but question, radial mounts or Blish mounts is better. I used to use radial mount menu. I prefer to use the mount thing inside Blish now. It's called Mounts and More. Because on that wheel, I can also have like my homestead portal or like my skiff if I wanted to, stuff like that. You get more there. Let's see. Virtue says, I wish there was a mobile version of ad blocker. I want to watch creepypasta videos, but none of them fix their ad rates, so I get stuck with 2-3 hour video with ads every 90 seconds. Oh no. Literally, so there's a video in your ads content. The funniest thing about this is when you've got someone that makes one of those videos that's like, you know, sounds of rainfall to fall asleep to, and then like 3 hours into the video, it's like, buy a Dodge! It's like, ah! Just roll out of bed screaming. I love those stories. It's so stupid. I love that. Let's see. I like the radio menu. It locks the cursor and lets you have 2 wheels, one for homestead, fishing, one for mounts. Oh, nice. I didn't know you could do that with it. I wish YouTube would let you pre-watch ads, then have a smooth ad viewing. I hate YouTube TV app ads. They're 15 minutes long if you don't click skip. The rain sounds like 4-wheel drive. I gotta, dude, okay, chat, I'm gonna share something with you. Noxxi made a video, and I hate it, but I think you guys will like it. And I've got to figure out so I'm going to, like, put it out there, but I gotta figure out a thumbnail for it. Do you guys remember a certain time where Noxxi just made a video, and it was just, it was my breathing? She just cut out all of my inhales and exhales for like a day or two, and then put them in like a video, and it was just this cursed thing. She did that again, kind of. Gamers, Mukluk here. Today is it gets worse. So I hate this thing. I don't know why she made this, but I have this now, and I don't know what to do with it. Like, what on earth do I make the thumbnail for this? I have no idea what to do with this. I gotta figure it out. I posted on April 1st, but then I'd have to wait for a really long time. Yeah, Minecraft villager. Your middle school English teacher's wagging her finger at you now. Oh my god. Funny short. It's 3 minutes long. No, wait, I was wrong. 2.5 minutes. It's 2.5 minutes of this. It's not a short. Just a black screen with green text. Thanks, Noxxi. Yeah. Put a picture of Sydney Sweeney on the thumbnail and title it "Describing this thumbnail to my wife." Oh my god. Antiquary reaction video. Maybe it goes viral. I don't know. Oh man. Dude, I have made some videos that I honestly deluded myself into thinking that they were going to go viral, and they never did. It's always the ones you don't expect. Like, you know what? Here, I'm going to show you guys something cursed. All right, here's my YouTube shorts. All right, I'm going to sort by views. This is me complaining about Elementalists. I didn't know that this was going to pop off. 130,000 people. Probably their first impression of me is this guy just hates Ellies. And I kind of want to take it down. And then, like, this one's riffs. I've got, like, hundreds and hundreds of shorts, but the two where I'm complaining popped off. I'm just like, ugh, I don't want to be known for that. It was just meant to be a funny, like, one-off thing. You do hate LAs. Yeah, but not like that. Monk hydrate, protect your voice. Dude, it is going. And we're about to play a game where I'm reading a lot, too. Okay. Hang on. I do have water. I got a big jug. Mukluk for scale. This means you should complain more. Yeah, the new series is entirely just I hate so and so because. That's it. That's the whole series. Do you hate Guardian or Thief more? All right, look, my dislike for Guardian it's not because of Guardian. It's because it's Anet's favorite child. It's kind of like a bully in school, and like they get away with everything because they're like the head of the football team, and like anyone else who tries to fight back gets punished. Like the Guardian is that bully, okay? Like they're just Anet's favorite child, and so I dislike them because they're spoiled rotten. All right. My dislike for Ellie is just that they're fragile. Honestly, it doesn't feel fair to them. Like why, if you're doing balance, why would a Weaver do the same damage as a Scrapper when a Weaver has 0 utility and half the health? Like, that doesn't seem fair to Weavers. Like, if they're going to be that fragile, increase their damage by, like, 50%. Like, it is crazy how singular the focus is of Elementalists and how little utility they have while trying to keep up with other classes that have utility and more hit points. So, I don't like playing Ellie because they feel bad to me. Ellies are fragile. Ellies, what did you call us? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hurt their fragile feelings? 90% of Ellie rotation is on the ground. Yeah. Ellies have bad utility. Yeah, a Weaver typically takes a damage-related specialization for every spec, a damage-related trait for every trait, and a damage-related utility for every utility, and then keeps up with a Firebrand, who also is able to do stability and resistance and projectile block and reflect on demand. And the Ellie can do none of that. So it's like if the Ellie has that little utility, I wish its damage was way higher than the others to make up for it. Misform. Misform. Oh my god, Misform. This freaking Ellie last night. For those who missed it last night, there's this was 2 different Ellies, but 4 times in 10 minutes, I had someone misform out of Glyph of the Stars, and then they killed themselves. And I was just like, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Anyway, yeah. Someone suggested the thumbnail. There's just a black screen that has green text that says, "Thanks, Noxxi." Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that.
Fireball Annie raided my stream with 45 viewers.
Hi, Fireball. Welcome back. Thank you. We just finished going over the new blog post. I don't know if you saw it. We were just talking for a minute before I go back to my regularly scheduled program. Damage used to be higher for Ellies than the team wanted to nerf glass can. Used to be glass DVS. Yeah. Yes. Now I want to drink. Every time they give us comparable damage for the work we put in, people complain that we just take 10 Ellies to raise space from his. Well, the problem is, like, Ellies have a very high skill ceiling. And there's, like, 5 dudes that can reach it. And anytime they start doing 100k damage, the class gets nerfed. But that also affects the 98% of Ellies below them, which couldn't play in the first place. And that's kind of, like, where the problem lies. Is, like, the average Ellie is, let's say, the same damage as a Firebrand or a Scrapper, but they've got half the hit points and no utility. You know, whereas the Scrapper is constantly giving themselves barrier on top of having more health, and also they have a function gyro, where they can send out gyros to save people's lives in an emergency. But the Ellie is singular focused. 98% of Ellies can't play, got it. Not as well as those top ones. I mean, I'm not a top druid, so I'm in the same boat there, but I think the disparity between the average druid and the top druid is a lot smaller than the average Ellie and the top Ellie, because the skill ceiling is much higher. The worst part of that OG launch Weaver was exactly what you want, Muck. Twice the damage of most specs and so much more complicated, but by God, you did damage. Yeah. I just feel like if one class has a utility and another class doesn't, the other class should do more damage. Like, to balance it out in some way. Like, to be fair, if Firebrands did half the damage they currently do, but they still brought all of their Mountain of Utility to a group, they'd still be invited into groups. Like, Ellies can't stay the same. Can't say the same. Am terrible, but started with Ellie. Love the class concept. Yeah, it's got a strong following. Ellie has such an exponential distribution of skill gap. It's incredible. Yeah. Just the difference between the top Ellies and the average Ellie is, I would guess, a wider gap than any other class's top members versus average members. Honestly, I didn't mind the balance of BC WoW with the hybrid tax. Yeah, and that's where I got a lot of my balance ideas from. Like, I just feel, from my time in MMOs, if you have 2 classes and they both do, let's just make up a number, they both do 10 damage. And then one of them has some kind of crazy utility. You know, it could save someone from downstate when they go down, you know, maybe stability, maybe an invulnerability, okay? And the other one doesn't have that, up their damage from 10 to 11, okay? And what I mean by that is, if you got 2 classes, each strength that this one has that this doesn't, they get something to compensate, even if it's just a slight damage buff. And, you know, eventually you've got pretty good balance, in my eyes. But, you know, we'll see. Luminary could have been hella cool. Not really a fan. We'll probably play it as a Guardian main. I'm interested in trying Luminary. I think of the first batch that they showed, Luminary was the coolest one. I will say that's not a Shroud. The Shroud, that's not a Shroud what they got. They should, you know, it's like Hollow Forge or just a weapon swap. Not a Shroud. When you look at the meta for various group content like raids, Ellies are generally missing. I feel like the top Ellies deserve to have broken damage. They have skills and deserve it. That's because Ellie raiding is a pain. The rotation in general requires a pretty hefty amount of concentration. Add in doing mechanics. A few times I've raided, it's been on Mechanist. Yeah, the toughest content I've done in game so far was when I joined that group for challenge mode Ceres. And it was like some healers, me on Untamed, and then like 7 virtuosos. I was like, you guys are disgusting. It was just like 10,000 pink knives flying over my head at all times. Who's the biggest loser in the 9 Elite spec shows? It depends. Lore-wise, the Antiquary. But mechanically, I don't think anything's wrong with Antiquary. But lore-wise, it doesn't look like it even belongs in the world. But in terms of like in terms of getting new stuff, I think Gale Shot. Because Gale Shot is like, oh, instead of giving you a new way of playing the game, we fixed Longbow. Also, it's a new bow. And you have to elite spec for it. Like, they could have just literally fixed Longbow and we would have Gale Shot. But they just made a whole new build around it, so we didn't get a new build. So I feel like Gale Shot's the biggest loser as far as, like, getting something new. Radiant Shroud is just Druid CA. Except they can shorten the cooldown on it. And also, it doesn't require Druid Fluids. They don't have a resource bar because they're Guardians. They don't have Druid Juice. They don't have Death Shroud Juice. They don't have the Catalyst Ellie Jelly. they just do it whenever they want. Because they're Guardians. And someone asked a few minutes ago, why do I hate Guardians? It's because of stuff like this. They're like, alright, so we gave them you Shroud, but it's better than every other Shroud in the game so far. Here's what I'm thinking. They proved they could design a whole new longbow and still didn't give it to Ellie. They said, suck it down, state losers. I don't think they said that. I don't think they said that. Would you prefer if the Ranger had new skills for the longbow, like how Hammer has 2 sets of skills since Untamed got released? I mean, I don't know. The thing is, there's only so many creative things you could do with a freaking bow, right? It shoots arrows. But the thing is like you know what skills it's got? It's got rapid fire, which is longbow 2. It's got jump backward and shoot forward while evading. That's short bow 3. It's got shoot a really big arrow forward. That's untamed ambush longbow 1. It's literally got all of its skills are ones we already have. And then they're just put onto the new bow. So now I will say it looks like it's going to be very effective. And I think it's going to be fun. But I'm sad that we didn't get a new way of playing the game. And all they did was basically fix longbow. But they called it a new bow. So you have to specialize for it. Firebrand needs its hands taken off. Wait, what? Ranger doesn't want another bow. Ellie have been asking for a bow. Yeah, I know. And to be clear, it's not Rangers don't want another bow. It's Mukluk doesn't want another bow. Like, I freely admit this. It's just me. It's just a me thing. I haven't really heard many other people talk about this. I'm willing to bet Antiquary had a gambler theme, but they had to change it or risk some age rating. Maybe. There's definitely some weirdness. Like, the icon being cards, it having a skill called Shuffle, and then it's all just stealing artifacts and breaking them. It's very odd. New bow is just visual. It's instead closer to an Inji kit. Yeah, but it's effectively a new bow. And there's short bow, long bow, and longer bow. And longer bow requires a specialization to wield it, and it's just going to kind of trivialize longbow. So it's like, okay, well, I mean, they could have just fixed the longbow, but instead they made a whole new spec out of it. Surprising when I go with playing cards or tarot cards. I suggested tarot cards. I don't know. Like again, the thing with the Antiquary, mechanically, it's fine. You have every button still do the same thing. But graphically and theme-wise, please God, change it. I don't know that they will, but it's all over the place. It's like you're an Antiquary, which is someone who cares about artifacts. You hire a rat to steal from enemies because you can't be bothered to do it yourself anymore. The rat steals from the enemy, and then from them, you get an ancient artifact that was in their back pocket for some reason. And you get, like, something from anywhere on the planet. You get, like, a misburned mortar, or a dwarven cannon, or an auric hammer, or a metal legion guitar. And then you proceed to break it immediately, because you're not a true antiquary. You don't care that it goes in a museum. And then you move on. Like, it doesn't... There's so many contradictions with it. So it's like, if it was just like tarot cards, like instead of Dwarven Cannon, you pull out like tarot card of Boom and it just like, you hold out the card and it fires an explosion out of it. You know, that would be awesome. And it would fit the theme more. Don't care, throw scripts. Yeah, it's definitely kind of silly, but we'll see. If it stays how it is, it's just like, the spec is going to work, but it's just going to look like a Looney Tunes character. Engineer getting Terminator spec. Yeah. I was hoping for Twisted Fate kind of thief. Yeah, I talked about Twisted Fate at length in one of my videos on the matter. Have they ever changed something so big? You mean in terms of the theme? Not after announcing it, not that I know of. How is Engineer getting Venom into Guild Wars 2? Well, again, that one wasn't a big stretch, because it is true that there were a lot of slime studying labs in Metrica Province. Like, that's actually a thing. And so they're just saying, like, oh, they had a breakthrough with the slimes, and now this slime is, like, symbiotically going to help you out. So it's like, okay. All right. You know, it works. All right, hold on. Let me refresh this, make sure it's working. Okay, it is working. There's already 11 comments. Do we have any butt bots? Boy, do we! This really got no business being this good. Pure internet nonsense. I'm here for it. Strawberry flower. Every freaking day. Butt bots! Alright. I think that's it for this one. Conduit is Aeolate. That doesn't make any sense, Charma! You guys think I joke about the butt bots? It is an ongoing battle. Every day I'm fighting the butt bots. Alright. What is the general impression of new elite specs? Nothing made me feel hyped. It depends on who you ask. Some people that have been like, oh my god, I've wanted to focus on being an archer my whole life. The Gale Shot is like, you know, God's gift to them, you know? Some people that just want to be silly are loving Antiquary. What are the others? There's a lot of people that have been wanting to play Bard for years, so they're really hyped for Troubadour. Personally, I looked at Troubadour. It basically looks like the Shatter system. To me, it looks like Mirage, but with just a different coat of paint. But yeah, there's definitely people hyped for various specs. Whether or not you're hyped for something is just, yeah, that just depends on you. Have you traded a rogue yet? We're about to try. We're about to try. The Troubadour is Sona. Not quite exactly the same, I don't think. Muck ASMR is the video Noxxi just compiled. Shut up, Faith. Antiquary is inspired by Lion's Arch pirates, and there are skirts there that hoard. Skirts there that hoard. Dude, honestly, if the Antiquarian had a collection of artifacts that he had gathered from around the world and he was pulling out of that collection, it would make more sense. But the fact that he's just pulling auric hammers out of his enemy's back pocket is like that's part of it. And then the fact that he breaks most of them. Like most of them, when he finishes, he breaks it over their head. And it's like, okay, are you an Antiquary or not? Because an Antiquary would like very much care about these artifacts. But him not so much. Let's see, you get an initial effect until you start playing an instrument, and then a passive afterward until you swap instruments, just like Sona used to be. Well, Sona's persisted for a really long time. The passive in the Troubadour is like for a few seconds or something. Maybe the Skrit are pulling them from the backpack. The Skrit just gives you the item because they steal other shinies from the enemy. That's quite the handoff. That is quite the handoff. I think I'm happy as a Rev main, but we'll find out for sure Friday. Yeah, the Rev one, look, the Conduit looks really interesting. Definitely need to see what's going on there. Definitely need to see what's going on there. Won't be top DPS, but I make the top DPS more DPS. That's my way of life as well. Alright. Alright, chat. Feel free to keep the Guild Wars 2 conversation flowing. We are going to be swapping over to what we normally play on Wednesday mornings, which is working through our current playthrough of Rogue Trader. For those who only know me for Guild Wars 2, on days other than Tuesday, we work our way through lots of games. We played 110 last year, and one of our current games is Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. It's a classic RPG that is similar to the games like Baldur's Gate 3, but it is in the 40k universe, so everything's trying to kill you, and there's really no good guys. We're also playing Dogmatic, which is kind of like a lawful stupid paladin. You know, for the Emperor! Heretic! Shoot him in the face. You're very lawful stupid. Alright, let me change the view here. Alright. Maybe they got a magic backpack from Wizards. They're using replica of items so they break easy. Maybe. So it's like bag of holding, but it's like bag of poor copies. What do you have lined up after Rogue Trader? I don't know. We've got we got quite a few horror games that someone gifted me, but I want to save those for October. I've got some Yakuza games. There's the Grounded 2 open beta, but I kind of want to wait for them to clean up some of the bugs. But there's definitely got quite a few that we're interested in. Did you beat the campaign of Diplomacy is not an option? Diplomacy is not an option. We beat the campaign as undead. Then we started it again and playing as like a human and staying as a human. And we are trying to beat it as that, but with Twitch integration, which makes it really freaking difficult because you guys are absolutely mean to me. Okay, so we're back in Rogue Trader. Gonna trade some rogues. Last time we found the horrifying game board. Yearly, can you open this box?
Oh, too hard for a simple monkey.
Wow. Racist much. Okay, let's see. Special privilege. After leaving a combat tactics area, the wielder retains its effects until they move into another combat tactics area. Okay. Recoil war boots. Whenever the wearer attacks an enemy behind cover with a ranged attack, their efficiency is decreased by 40%. Gloves of rapid desolation. Was that Frieza? Yeah. Increases the rate of fire of the wearer's weapon by 1. Each time an enemy is killed, perplex is inflicted on others in a 2 radius. Healing kits and drugs. Okay. To the person who asked if that was Frieza.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
Her and he are Eldari. And
State your intention.
they are kind of like this game's version of Space Elves. But they call humans monkeys. They very much don't like humans. We're primitive, and we usually shoot each other on sight, and in their eyes, we just suck big time. Remove the barrier.
Success was inevitable.
Alright, that's done. What is this? A grenade and some loot for money. What is this thing? The sinister labyrinth looks like a death trap. It was probably created for just such a purpose. Okay. Hey, Monkey Chat, I just recently got back into the game and found out relics are a thing. I'm playing Ellie Tempest Alack Heal, and I was trying to find what relic would fit, although all the posts I have seen are years old at this post. No battle sister. The last time I played this game, I had her with me the whole time, so I know her whole story, so I'm trying to see some of the other stories. Wormsilk wants to know what relic for Alack Heal Tempest. Okay, hold on. I can probably find the answer for this guy really quick. Give me just a second here. Let me see. Tempest. I'm going to Snowcrows for a second. Let's see. Did I have to heal Alack Tempest with Staff? What do you usually use? This one's using Caracosa, which heals allies when you do a blast finisher. Okay. We got some lore. Hey, Monkulus's notes. 43. Let's see. Deliverance as the activation order code word. Excellent. Okay, we just learned a password. 43. Sequential joint removal, starting with fingers. The process resulted in death as in every previous instance. The body will be reformed and regrown. 59. Internal organs excised and placed into an alkaline solution without severance from the nervous system. The subject is observing its dismemberment and experiencing the pain at full intensity. The agony strengthens the connection to the veil, but the body is weak and inevitably perishes. What the fuck? 71. The subject's body disintegrates faster with each new assembly. Thermobox introduced into the torso for alternate cooling and heating with constant electrical stimulation. The subject survived for 4 minutes longer compared to previous resurrection. 75. Physical torture discontinued. Audiovisual headband placed on the subject's head to broadcast images of its suffering kin into its consciousness. Cardiac arrest recorded 19 minutes later. 96. Subject in possession of all previous knowledge, including memories of pain and death, and therefore fully compliant. Phenomenal strengthening of the veiled connection observed, but the body survives for no longer than 3 minutes under any set of conditions. Well, that's horrifying. What's in the tube? A young Eldari's body is floating in murky glass vat filled with acrid acidic sludge. If the built-in Xenocogitators changing readings are anything to go by, the Eldari is alive, or at any rate not quite dead. This body belongs to a Farseer. I sense dormant energy coming from his exhausted mind. We must set him free, Alantak. Inspect the vat. Another of the insane Homunculus's creations designed for cruel experiments. The vat is part of a larger mechanism which has a small mechanical dashboard built into its casing. You are, however, unfamiliar with the symbols on it. The thick tubes that deliver the suspicious-looking liquid straight into the vitreous depths of the mechanism disappear into its inexplicably smooth casing. The glass itself seems quite brittle, though. Odd. These symbols are unfamiliar to me. I suppose the Homunculus is using a special code, so no overly curious assistant can hamper his experimentation. Stand back. This calls for some good old brute force. Careful. Watch your step. Can you hear me? Yurliet helps the Farseer out of the prison, avoiding the broken glass. The Eldari is completely disoriented. His wandering gaze shifts between you and Yurliet, and then returns to the vat which he just emerged. My purpose is to comply. Yes, I am born so I may die. My pain is your delight, master. Uh-oh. K. Morag, what did that madman do to him? Do you remember who you are and where you came from? I remember the taste of pain, and the smell of pain, and the color of pain. You are one who dreams of what has come to pass, and what yet lies in the haze ahead, a far seer from a craft world. Utter the homunculus's order, deliverance. The far seer looks askance at you with apprehension, only for his face to turn completely impassive a moment later. Yes, master. The far seer folds his hands in an unfamiliar gesture, screws up his eyes, and clenches his teeth tightly. Look out, Alontok! Okay, I didn't expect by giving him the code word he was going to self-destruct. I should have asked him the other questions first. I thought it was going to free him from the control. I was wrong.
A job for me.
Whoever is imprisoned inside this capsule, they are moving ever so slightly. Okay.
What is that?
I like how he just sniffed out a
much
bomb.
in my exile.
Alright, quick save. He's free from control now? Yeah, technically?
They will see. Curious.
Whoa!
Oh, yes. Oh, I wish to visit. We'll see.
We are called to battle.
Okay. Let's get everyone up here. Alright, start battle.
Will pay dearly for your actions.
How's this guy already... Did this guy accidentally shoot his friend in the back while trying to shoot me? Like, how is he already injured? Let's see.
Shattered foes
Taunt those
in my
two.
wake.
And...
Let's see.
I'll return this favor tenfold.
send the Cyber Mastiff after them. Dang it. Liquid Metal Armor called it. Engineer will be the symbiote class now. Yes, Mr. Matty Man.
You are marked for demise.
When Fenris is in battle, oceans bleed.
Okay, let's see.
If I must. This too is beneath me.
Alright, Marizai. Debuff him.
With grace and malice, you will pay dearly for your actions. A pit to distract me. I will not fail the craft world.
Alright, Heinrichs is... Let's see, where's regen? Going to buff up the whole party
I
here.
won't object to it. Let's see to it. But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Alright, Ulfar. First off, kick this guy in the face.
Shall be die in disgrace. My hand is thunder.
What do you mean 0 damage? What? You're hit with a bullet. This creature can make 3 attacks per round and is completely immune to damage. Unnatural Frenzy. Okay, so the ones with that buff we want to ignore for now. Alright.
I'll tear your heart out for this.
That didn't go well. Okay. Jay's turn.
2 are better than
Medical
1.
signal. Buff the party a bit.
I can do that.
Give Ulfar
with the
another
right
turn.
incentive.
Wolf's reign. is better than a warrior of the All-Father.
You might hit your teammate here. Ah, that one okay.
Cubs play.
Alright, Muck's turn.
Schemes within the schemes. What if fate claims another one?
Did the dog get the buffs earlier? No, he didn't. Unfortunate. Okay.
You've got a problem, I've got a prize. Tell me never to cross a Kazbari.
Mug, now you need to play the Oozmancer and Toomey to prepare for the next expansion. Toomey?
Is that all
You're no fun.
That guy burned to death.
A genius at work.
Alright, taunt those two.
Let's see.
I'll return this favor tenfold.
Wicked thought.
Did the perk debuff the bird's damage every time he got attacked work out, by the way? I remember there was some weirdness. I don't have him in the party right this second, so I can't say at the moment.
Schemes within schemes. Let's see.
Yeah, this area we're in, we ended up getting 2 new companions. We got Marizai and Ulfar. And Ulfar is a very big boy.
What if?
Mike, did you see they're making Mechanicus too? I did not see that, no.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. If it's I deal death with my hands. You cannot force me, Elantak.
Okay.
With grace and malice. You will pay dearly for
He's got the
your
take 0
actions.
damage thing.
Strands of fate, guide me.
Naturally. For the throne's glory.
Let's see.
Go on, beast. Your turn.
0 to all. Oh, these friggin' things. So I think we just have to let them wail on us until their buff runs out. I think I can kick them away though. Nope.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs.
You've unleashed my fury.
Don't get too cocky.
Alright, taunt those 2 on the muck.
Schemes within schemes.
Tenfold.
Okay. Alright, some of them have lost their buff now.
Maelstrom of madness.
So send the dog after this guy.
A wicked thought.
Yes, for me, Isha.
A
Alright,
genius
and
at
over
work.
here.
I'll return this favor tenfold.
What if?
Alright, 2 of them are dead. I think the last one is still invulnerable right now.
Schemes within schemes.
I understand your intent. This tedium is beneath me.
Try harder.
Watch.
It is hand.
Marizai's having a bad time. Every turn, the only thing that's in his range to hit is stuff that is immune to him.
Let's see.
I will tear your heart out for this. See how the wolf. I will carve runes out of your bones.
Can't really do anything here.
Whoa! I
I want a medal for that one.
A pitiful attempt. I am not a vessel for pain. I am its master.
Let's
see if we can hurt this guy now. Nope, still 0.
Return this favor tenfold.
step by step I lead.
Taunt this guy.
A wicked thought. Even I won't do that.
But that guy just got sniped by Yurlia.
If it serves your cause.
That one's still invulnerable, unfortunately.
If I must.
Not enough.
Naturally. I won't object to it.
So pitiful attempt.
Still invulnerable. Ah, I hate that guy. Alright, let's come over here. Run and gun. Okay.
Am I getting paid for this? Never cross a cosmology.
She pierced through this guy, hit my teammate, but luckily they both took 0.
Let me educate you on the art of pain.
Don't get too cocky.
Cosplay. A pitiful attempt.
Pain soothes my soul. Let's see.
NG looks very interesting. Yeah, it does. Very curious to see what all those skills it's going to get, both on the utility bar and the tool belt are going to be.
Did the All-Father take your sight or your mind?
Wait, Monkey. Extend a helping hand and I will show you the way home. Find the captured Farseers complete. Alright, loot. What is this? Journal of Observations. The journal entries are written in an angular but surprisingly tidy hand, as if the writer deliberated meticulously over every word. The notes are supplemented by diagrams and formulae. The Farseer's mind is aggressively resisting external interference. The mind maggot perished instantly upon being introduced into the system, which has never been observed before. Interesting. As punishment, the subject was placed in vibra shackles that chip away at limb bones. Unreadable diagrams. Mind maggot enhanced with a power implant. Subject placed in red-hot metal capsule during the introduction of the parasite. Despite the pain in the parasite and its system, the subject succeeded in addressing the veil. Parasite destruction detected 2 minutes into its presence into the subject's body. Unreadable diagrams. Mind maggot enhanced with poison that suppresses the host's psychic functions and placed successfully inside victim. The parasite's vital functions persist, yet with no sign of compliance on the part of the host. Unacceptable. Subject punished by partial skin removal and suspension of the detached areas of skin. Unreadable diagrams. Experiment finished, result negative. For as long as the subject remains capable of combating the mind maggot's presence, pain is the only available method of suppression. Subject to be placed in a capsule with slowly rotating blades until further instructions. God. The laboratory is crammed with mechanisms and devices unknown to you, the sight of which makes you sick. Lore Xenos.
A trivial task.
The strange capsule emits a barely perceptible buzz. Its thick walls barely contain the sounds... What did the rest of that say? Of a living and tormented creature. Oh, is that the thing with rotating blades in it? The laboratory is crammed with mechanisms and devices unknown to you. Okay, we already read that. There's a box over here. Webway resonance device. A mysterious tool used to open a webway gate. Oh, I needed that.
There will
Keep a
be
sharp
no
eye.
peace in my way.
Watch your steps.
God, what was that?
What is it? Too hard for a simple monkey?
Okay, disarmed the trap. Alright, activate mechanism. What is this? Somewhere an unseen mechanism whirs to life. Activate the mechanism. So you're gonna lower this guy to the ground? Eklundel. Despite many bleeding wounds, the stately Eldari calmly straightens his shoulders and raises his narrow chin as he scrutinizes you with his keen gaze. Mysterious blue lights glimmer in his emerald green eyes. A Monkey and an outcast have found their way into the heart of the Dark City to save what little remains. The universe is full of cruel surprises, but this is an outcome I managed to foresee. You have foreseen our meeting, but could not avoid being captured. What is the point of your prophecies, then? Yurliet glares daggers at her fellow Eldari, but he does not look away. The Farseer frowns, his face reflects guilt and grief, yet he says gently, I'm glad our paths have crossed again, my child. It is a great relief for me to know you're alive, and a great joy to see how much firmer of spirit and mind you have grown over your years of exile. I think we have a lot to talk about. I can make an Eldari greeting gesture. You said you would find our way home. What did you mean? The countless hours I spent in the homunculus's cage were not all spent in the throes of agony. I listened, I observed, I absorbed. As soon as I learned that an age-old gate built by our ancestors is hidden in the heart of the spire, a webway gate connected to the world outside, I can unseal it and forge our path to salvation. I can help you make your way out of the Dark City and leave this place behind, but you must get me to the gate. My mind is still firm and my spirit is unbreakable. My body, on the other hand, will not soon forget pain's embrace. What is the point of your questions, Alantok? I can guide you to the gate myself, but not before Eklundel Marash, who walks the path of the Farseer, the all-seeing eye and timeless sentinel of Kruderok, pours the light of truth into the bottomless well of my fear and doubt. The Farseer is at your disposal, Yurliet. I feared this moment would never come. Yurliet takes a deep breath and looks into the Farseer's eyes. Look at me, Eklundel, and tell me what adversity befell our home. As a council member, you cannot possibly be unaware of the truth, and Eklundel do not even consider hiding anything from me. Sometimes ignorance truly is bliss, my child, but I cannot deny you your right to know the truth. The Farseer tosses back his head and his voice sounds like rolling thunder. When we found ourselves amid the stars of the stellar fabric, we encountered a Monkey ship, a ship much too puny to take on an Asuryani world, or so we thought. Until the council was struck with a vision of the horror to come. This ship would be our doom. Not only for us on Kruderok, but for all Eldari kind among nearby stars, and even for those whose paths stretched far beyond the stars. We could not allow such things to happen. When the ship approached, we pierced it with 100 salvos and then rejoiced, for among the wreckage the Rangers found no trace of the foreseen curse. Asuryan, how wrong we were. The ships that returned from their reconnaissance to our starports were already carrying it on their wings. Whether it was a scratch from a passing wreck or the infected ashes of the Monkey ship that the cosmic winds had not had time to disperse, the plague crept into our home and immediately began to eat away at the craft world's very flesh. In the Infinity Circuit, the souls of the ancestors battled the spreading pestilence ferociously, but the world was falling apart and there was no stopping it. Spires collapsed, rivers dried up, and the ground itself sank, and all living things turned into a strange blend of organic matter and metal. We fought for our home until the very end, but when it became clear that Kruderok was beyond saving, the council decided to gather all who remained, board them on the surviving shuttles, and scatter across the galaxy to look for salvation. And that was what we did. So this was kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So they were like, oh, we foresee that ship's going to kill us. We should kill it and board it and look around. And then they got the plague because they boarded it. You said a disease broke out aboard the ship. You want to know how your kinspeople destroyed my world, so you could follow their example? Answer the question, Eklundel, not for the Monkey's amusement, but for the sake of those whose souls dissolved in infinity. At first, we thought the Monkey were in the service of the great enemy of our kind, the one who lurks beyond the edge of reality. But the world's affliction manifested itself differently. It distorted Kruderok while avoiding encounters with the souls of our ancestors. We were waiting for Silent Thresh, the destroyer of souls, to burst her way in through the gaping wounds of the world, yet her gaze was directed away from our suffering. No one ever managed to identify the nature of the curse, even as we watched it destroy our home. And so, having lost all hope of saving it, we fled. If your kin fled Kruderok, how did you end up here? Our twisted cousins found our arcs in the Void's cold embrace. At first it seemed they were going to save us, to extend a helping hand, and so we told them what happened to Kruderok and where to look for it. But our cousins' souls are dark and thirst for blood. My arc was one of the first that they seized. The Drukhari massacred hundreds of thousands of their own kind for fleeting pleasure's sake, and enslaved the Farseers for their accursed experiments. And that monkey is how I ended up hanging in this cage. Who steered the infected vessel toward Cruderrock?
I am afraid you already know
voice
the
acting.
answer, Elentok. You just cannot accept it. Your predecessor, she who previously owned this vessel and your entire protectorate, the monkey who kept a piece of my homeworld in her study, like a trifle or trophy of no great significance.
I do not for a second feel like we have enough information to say that Theodora was the one who did this. All we know is it's a human vessel. So it was your accursed kind. Ecklendel's eyes light with golden radiance. Wait, Eklendel. Shedding innocent blood will not bring our home back. The Alantok is guilty only of helping me to reach this place and free you. The blood of the executioner of our people flows through the veins of the one you long to save. What has the monkey done to deserve your mercy? The golden sparks slowly die away and the Farseer wearily closes his eyes. Is Cruderrock destroyed? That is hard to believe. The Arabinian took care of what remained, but that is none of your concern, monkey. Yurliet is silent for a while, then says coldly, but Eklendel, how did Cruderrock end up in the Expanse, this close to Monkey's ships and Dark One's hunting grounds? That was the path chosen by the Council, my child. We had charted Cruderrock's course among the stars for years, and no one had an inkling of the terrible fate that would await us in the place that promised our salvation. Perception test. No one knew. The Farseer looks away for a mere second, but an itching sensation immediately burrows its way into the base of your skull. Something is wrong here. Continue. The paths I have walked have taught me a great deal. To seek the truth where it's concealed, and not to hesitate to cut off the head of a lying snake that tries to coil around my heart. Yurliet stares unblinking at her fellow Eldari, fury gleaming in her eyes. If the entire Farseer Council failed to foresee their world's doom, then everything the children of Asrion have been taught about paths for centuries is a lie. You are hiding something, Eklendel. Speak. Speak now. How dare you take that tone with me, outcast? I am not obliged to justify myself before you, let alone protest my innocence. I've got 200% chances here. We freed you from the Homunculus' torture chamber, Eklendel. This is the thanks we get? The Farseer's emerald green eyes are filled with despair. We had been steering Cruderrock along a course prophesied by the stars themselves, until Shael's tumultuous currents cast us into the edge of the Great Wound. A storm was coming, threatening to sweep Cruderrock away from its path, so the Council decided on a route to safety, across the nearest Islet of Hope and into the place known among the Monkey as the Coronis Expanse. We stood by our decision, but there came a point where the prophecies became ever darker and more unsettling. Someone proposed altering the course, but the closing grip of raging Shael was blocking our path on all sides. It was then that the Council's opinion was split. My vote was the deciding one in that difficult debate, for I believed that the prophecy had been promised us salvation and the Expanse could not have been a lie. You already know what happened next. The Farseer closed his eyes and turns away, unwilling to meet Yurliet's gaze. Yurliet looks lost, so we were doomed. I should have stayed on Cruderrock. I could have tried to help those who survived the disaster. If only I had not chosen that accursed path and left the craft world, I could have at least tried to save someone. Lord Xenos, 100%. Was it not the Farseers who made a bad decision? What difference would it have made if you had been on Cruderrock? Yurliet's mouth twists in displeasure. The Farseers. It was not beyond their power. They led Cruderrock to prosperity for years, only to become too blind to what was going on around them. Had they not followed the prophecy as the old customs required, had they changed course instead, Cruderrock might still be whole. Dude, what is this option? Alright, 85%. Then it is your duty to avenge them and punish those responsible. There is a Farseer right in front of you. You are right, Alantok. I may be the only one who knows the whole truth about what happened. And if I let Eklendel walk free, there will be no one left to punish the guilty. Yeah, I'm turning her into Judge Dredd. Outcast, you cannot just heed the advice of a monkey and kill your own Farseer. Oh, maybe she can. I dedicate my wrath to Caleb and Chicane, you wretch. Without a shadow of hesitation, Yurliet carries out her sentence. Come, Mukluk, we have nothing left to do here. Wow. Alright, so we just convinced her to off that guy.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Okay, hold on. There's some kind of container back here I missed. I do love that it marks these on the map. Assault Cloak. After the wearer performs a melee area attack, they gain 5% dodge reduction and parry reduction for each target affected by the attack. Wraithbone Woven Battlesuit Drukari equipment. Restores 3 wounds each round when the wearer has any number of burning, toxin, or bleeding. Okay.
Intriguing.
Do I need to point it out for you?
My success
All right,
was
disarmed.
inevitable.
Lore Xenos.
Trivial
The set of
task.
symbols looks unfinished, as if you only have half of a mysterious message in front of you.
In this tapestry of
We
a
haven't
world,
figured out how to get over there yet either.
I am the rogue thread.
Mr. Mattyman says, Muck, remember Komarog is in the webway. It only has a gossamer thin barrier to the warp, much like a thicker Geller field. Bringing psychers, especially powerful psychers like Farseers, into the Dark City is super dangerous. Basically, they torture them to keep them from concentrating enough to use their powers, because it's like bringing a pyromancer into your secret hideout that's set in a refinery and lined with jerry cans of gas. I had picked up on that, yes, but I like your description. It's inviting the fire elemental bestie to come over while you live in a house made of sticks.
My nerves are frayed.
The view of the intertwining and intricate passages of the labyrinth fascinates and draws the eye. Okay, I don't yet see how to get up there. Do we just head out the way we came? Guess I'll find out in a moment. Let's see. Where would you rank this game between Baldur's Gate 3 and Divinity Original Sin 2? Ooh. I might rank this one as being on par with Divinity Original Sin 2. Like, this game and DOS 2 are both great games. Baldur's Gate 3 is a great game as well.
They will see.
But
Oh, yes, indeed. They all will see.
yeah, it's definitely not the same. Okay, where am I supposed to go right now? Alright, I think I missed a turn somewhere. Oh, I could change party members if I want to. Okay, I think we missed something in there. Alright, back into the spires. Like, this game is a phenomenal game. The writing is really, really good. The gameplay is solid. However, their voice acting budget was not the highest, I guess, because only parts of the game are voice acted. Oh, what is that? Connect the platforms. That's what I couldn't find before. Hey gamers, I missed the Elite Spec reveal. You did? I've already made it into a video on YouTube if you want it.
My success was inevitable.
One step at a time.
None are better at searching.
Disarm trap.
Ken Morak.
She failed and got herself electrocuted.
Watch your steps.
Desolation Blast Pistol. That is a lot of damage on a pistol. Dark Light Blast. Every hit from this pistol inflicts 1 stack of melting. Sharpshooter Rifle. Is that an upgrade for what she's got right
I align
now?
my path with yours. For now.
Sort by newest items at the top. She cannot use sharpshooter rifle. Okay. She doesn't have the proficiency.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Marazai strides among the mysterious Xenos devices and presses his palm to one of the strange pieces resembling a pedestal. With a hiss, one of the sides suddenly opens like an airlock. The Drakari begins to examine the contents of the container. The thuds and clangs of objects being moved around ring harshly in the otherwise silent space. Meanwhile, your eyes are involuntarily drawn to the peculiar devices that fill the room. Look around. After the anatomical opera, you have not the slightest doubt about the purpose of the devices around you. You think you have seen some of them before in the homunculus' laboratory. Others are even more obscure in their design, but the gleaming needles, cutting blades, and tubes and flasks filled with revolting liquids give a clear indication of the horrors they can wreak upon a living body. Heinrich's mouth flattens into a hard, thin line as he glances at one of the torture devices, but he remains silent. I do not need to be a farseer to feel the pain permeating this place with my very being. You feel the pain, cousin. Marazai does not even turn around to look at Yurliet. Your re-education has clearly already borne fruit. Lore 100% step closer to the devices. See you on the bed. See you, Jack. As you gaze upon the machine's strange articulations, the tubes that end in sharp-tipped needles and the instruments of the most bizarre shapes, you begin to have a slight suspicion about what these devices do to their victims. Chemical injections, dismemberment, mental torment. For a moment, your stomach churns at the thought of what it means to be subjected to these tools. The Chamber of Satiation. The Drakari turns to you, holding something in his hands. A place of reflection and pleasure. This is where racks do their tinkering, working on new captives in anticipation of a hungry Kabalite who will appreciate their artistry. If Tervantius' servants were here, I could show you more, Mukluk. Marazai chuckles as if he had just made a joke, and his eyes are burning embers. For instance, how to skin a monkey without killing it, or how to turn an Eldari into material for a charming trinket that will delight you for the rest of your life. But alas, another time. Your interest pleases me. Here, take this. Consider it a reward for your diligence. He carelessly dumps the items he retrieved from the container in your arms. You gain 2 Xeno grenades. The chamber's in the heart of the spire, not far from the webway gate. Perhaps there I will find what my soul desperately craves. Let us hurry.
What lies beyond?
What's over there? Muffled cries of pain come from within the impenetrable darkness. Is this Tetris? Close. Medicae 65.
What a
A
shame.
monstrously mutilated body.
Hunt, brothers. Take heed.
And done.
In
Shroud
this
disarms.
tapestry of a world,
Okay.
I am the rogue.
Let's have a quick save in case there's an ambush on the other side. And appears to be a giant elevator, if I had to guess. Yep. Let's see. Gray Fox says Divinity Original Sin 2 story is way more coherent and satisfying. Epic fantasy story compared to BG3. It's just less cinematic is all. Yeah, Divinity Original Sin 2, as well as this game, as well as the Pathfinder games, all have great writing, but they're not like, you know, constant cinematic cutscenes like Baldur's Gate 3 is. But if you can appreciate a really good story, you know, even through a different medium, I do recommend them, for sure.
My pleasure.
There's some dudes over there.
Or a trap.
Trying to be careful of that trap there. Oh, what? I was about to... I like teleported into the trap, you dummy. I don't know what happened there. Come on, Echo, get up here. Getting some good parries off.
A pathetic attempt. I will savor your delectable anguish.
You will pay for this in blood. Your skill is lacking.
Whoa! That was flashy. Wait, is someone behind me? Oh my god, there's someone behind me. Alright. Yurliet, you got the longest range. Let's have you work on this guy.
I understand your intent. If it's so, another soul
Nice.
slips beyond the veil. This
Ancestors guide me.
Fight like a bomb.
Quick! This way!
I love that we've, like, completely clogged that entrance there.
Let's see.
Taunt all of them.
A wicked thought.
Dog attack. Dog attack. Hold shield in that direction. Alright, Ulfar. Run and gun.
See how the wolf succeeds.
Beautiful. Alright, he took a few out. Alright, activate Medicaid signal on the servo skulls.
Time for them to run, my sweet.
Yeah, this would actually be a great time for a grenade, if she can reach him. Looks like she cannot quite reach him. First time using a grenade the whole game. 3 of them dodged it. Dang it. Too slippery.
I can do that with the right incentive.
No weakness is hidden from my sight. I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
But of
Regen
course,
on the team.
Lord Captain.
Heal on the team. Resolve on the team. And then it's actually his turn.
For the
Iron
throne.
Arm on the team.
I won't
Warp
object
Speed
to
on the
it.
team.
Let's see to it.
Forewarning. Pre-science.
Do my bidding.
Zap.
I won't object to it.
Try Xenoplasm grenades. They're supposed to explode into soul-seeking shards. I don't think I have any equipped right now, so I'd have to do that in between combats.
Predator does not become prey. With grace and malice. Oblivion approaches.
Aim for the opening.
Behold.
Ugh, he missed. Rip.
Watch.
Missed again.
Pain is but an illusion.
An unworthy soul.
Alright, Yurli had fired that shot I queued up previously.
If I must, I deal death with my hands. I understand your intent.
You will not withstand my vengeance.
You took Mirazai? Yeah. I had never had him join me before, so I wanted to try it.
Behold my artistry. A genius.
Yeah, so my thing for this playthrough is I was playing Dogmatic, with the exception of decisions that would get me more companions.
Let's see.
I don't know that I'm going to keep him on the team or anything, but that's where I'm at right now.
Ski.
Okay, those are done. Though there's some more over there.
A wicked thought.
Alright. Superiority can make multiple attacks each turn.
The foe will be turned asunder.
Oh, that killed a dude back there?
None can do this better than a warrior of the Old. I have become the Old Father's worthy instrument! Dark disgrace!
Killed another dude back there. You're hitting everything but what I tell you to. I'll take it.
You will not withstand my vengeance. Tell me.
My revenge.
I want a medal for that one.
She is not hurting that one much.
Wolves reign! So shall it be.
Yurlie's kind of messed up right now. She can't shoot while someone's in melee range of her. I'm just gonna pass her turn. She's not nearly as good with melee weapons as she is with that sniper rifle.
Me? Never in 1,000 sectors.
But of course, Lord Captain. Go on, be.
Nice, dog got one.
I am not a vessel for pain. I am its master.
Let's see if you can actually land an attack this time. Better.
Don't distract me.
You will perish for this affront. I am not. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
One enemy remaining.
If it serves your cause.
Soul hunger beckons.
If you want to play this, his extended storyline, you'll have to pick the right options dialogue later. I've never seen that happens either because I went lawful stupid. Okay.
Let's see.
You are doomed!
What if?
Agony. What a pleasure.
Alright, disarm this.
One and it's done.
Grab their equipment. Let's see, Lore Xenos. What is this?
And
In front of
done.
you is part of a Xeno device that controls the traps in this deadly place.
There will be no peace in my wake.
What is that?
I gave him to Heinrichs after. Hilarious.
My pleasure.
Ah, shoot.
My reckoning will be swift.
Stop! Stop, 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 stop.
Take heed.
A job for me.
One thing I'm kind of confused by
Some
is
choose
Jay's
red.
Medicaid
Others prepare
signal.
power.
Says
And
it has a
me, well, I'm
47%
not
chance
picky.
to remove an
I'll take
injury
both.
when
Vengeance.
allies start their turn. Now, I don't know if that means a fresh injury or an established injury, like crippled leg. You know? Broken ribs. I don't know that I've ever noticed the servo skull removing an injury. The bizarre stele emits a subtle humming sound. As you listen, you feel your head is about to tear apart. In unbearable agony, as if the sound is resonating with something in your mind. Those are considered traumas, not injuries.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
They all will see.
Must be my smuggler's instincts. Damn it! I mean,
Must
just
be
bad luck.
my smuggler's instincts, proceeds to zap herself.
There.
You are different from your kin, Iliad. And that worries me. Not knowing what to expect means I always have to be on my guard.
You are unusually perceptive for a monkey, and you have such an unruly nature. Perhaps I should take a closer look at you too.
They're flirting.
One step at a time.
The elevator is controlled by an unknown mechanism that the human mind seems unable to comprehend.
I sense something nearby.
That was a problem for you.
What is that?
Wait, what? Oh, they triggered a trap without actually spotting it, so it was just going off.
There.
Okay. Quick save.
What lies beyond?
Okay. Cervantius the Arc Machinator. The homunculus looks up from the control panel and gazes at you with disdain from the other side of the impenetrable force screen. You survive, specimen. What a woeful lack of ability to follow orders. You're supposed to die, be it in the arena or in the chasm. However, the servants of Azariesh will soon remedy your blunder. Hello, Cervantius. I have not missed you either. Specimen, as you might have noticed, the homunculus's limbs simultaneously gesture at the massive construct supporting the force field around him. This version of the Stifler blocks both the energy and that bleeds in from beyond the veil and any physical attempts to intrude inside its range. Your attempt at conversing is pointless. Simply continue on the way to your demise and do not disturb me. Ulfar's voice turns quiet and insinuating, and a smile plays on his lips. Yes, you are safe, for now. But as soon as you step out from behind this field, who knows in what shadowy corner will catch you. Any step outside could mean your death. Then again, perhaps you will not come out. You might sit here for a day or two, a month, a year, forever, sitting and trembling. A small, frail inhuman trapped in a prison of his own toys and fear. Which of us is in a cage now? Cervantius' face stiffens into a mask of contempt, but his working limbs begin to twitch nervously and his chest heaves with a mechanical creak as if he is suddenly running out of air. Elantok, though your heart may abound with anger, Yirliet looks around. The immeasurable torment of powerful farseers pervades this spire. If you were to risk destroying this construct, it could create an irreparable tear in the Vale of Kamarog. Heinrichs laughs, but his laughter sounds morbid and disturbing. What's this? A chance to open a warp breach in the heart of our enemy's bastion? I did not expect anything in this damned place to put a smile on my face. I was wrong. Lord Xenos, examine the construct. Succeeded. The Stifler is enormous and resembles the devices you've seen before. There is no doubt that its purpose is to suppress warp manifestations. However, you notice a few details that were out of step with the construct's otherwise typical Drakari design. Several of its parts were made from a material foreign to Kamarog and fused into its frame by unknown force. What happens if I destroy this construct, I wonder? Then you will give thousands of souls to Salen Thresh, Elantok. You will wound one enemy to empower another. Once she who thirsts is done feasting in Kamarog, they will surely sink her claws into your worlds as well, because nothing can sate her hunger. The Xenos narrows his eyes at you and hisses. You must be thinking that the moment you do it, Kamarog will descend into daemonic mayhem and the valorous rogue trader will have rid the universe of the abominable Drakari and finally flee from these dark halls. Before all that happens, Specimen, the demons that will arrive will rip your flesh to shreds and devour everyone in sight. And while you are busy writhing in agony, I will have enough time to put everything back in order. Jay swallows nervously. Look, Shireen, I'd love to slap the damned Ashmag myself for all the foul things he's done to us, but I don't want to be torn apart by demons, you know? There it is! Lawful stupid! I think I shall try anyway. Break the construct. Your shot finds its mark. Lightning charges run down the construct and the force field flickers a few times before dissipating. The heavy metallic hum is followed by a series of dull pops coming from every direction, and you see warp portals bursting into bloom around you one after another, and horrific malformed claws reaching toward you from the other side. What have you done? A curse upon you, monkey! Mukluk has gained piercing resolution. Once per battle, when the rogue trader may choose an ally, including themselves. For 1 round, all the target's weapons attacks will ignore enemies' armor. You gain plus 30 dogmatic.
What a curious specimen.
Okay, so... okay, so yeah, he's right here, and his guards. I want Muck to taunt them right at the start if possible. Move Echo back here.
Behold! Watch! Behold! You will pay for this in blood! With grace and malice. Don't distract me.
Blood barrier. Oh, gosh, whatever that was really hurt.
Scorn the pain.
Is she immobilized? I can't move her.
Your last stroke of life.
If I must. This tedium is beneath me.
Oh man, I used elusive shadow on her so she couldn't be targeted. Alright, your layet's down.
You bite like a palm.
2 are better than 1. Watch my back. Asjai Hidari. Remember that.
You will pay for this.
Don't get too cocky.
Wolves rage.
Wait, what was that? Oh, alright.
Let the true master inflict the pain.
None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father.
Alright, he's down. Heinrichs. Okay, let's buff up. This is not gonna hit Muck where he currently is. Alright.
Do my bidding.
Move there.
Hey, look, it's the tree of squares. How are you today?
Alright, regen.
Naturally.
Buff. Wait. Oh, why? Okay, something happened. He just lost, like, most of his AP. Okay, so I did, like, a third of the buffs I normally do on his first turn. Wait, I see what it was. He was getting a free action because of Jay. That wasn't actually his turn. Okay. Alright, Muck, taunt Tervantius onto you.
Let's see. Schemes within schemes. Let's see.
Waste, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you.
Pay for this in blood.
A wicked thought. Let's see.
My hand is thunder. Give this task to someone lesser. The wolf is on the hunt. So shall it be. Carve runes out
He's
of
done.
your bones.
Kick this guy.
Reek of cowardice.
Alright, now it's Heinrich's actual turn, although people are more split up now. Oh, nice. It still hits everyone conscious. Everyone important gets buffs.
Lord Captain.
Just don't look at yearly yet when I say that.
Let's see to it. Naturally. I won't object to it.
You call this a strike?
With grace and malice.
Slow and painful is the way. Watch.
They swung at our tank. Tank parried.
Stroke
That guy just hit his own boss. Don't think that was on purpose. Let's see.
My. It's time for them to run, my sweet.
Give him a turn.
You will not withstand my vengeance.
By the wolf side.
He's done.
Cubs play. See how the wolf side.
He's done.
Maelstrom of madness.
Is he still taunted? I don't see it. All right.
Genius.
Taunt him again, just to make sure.
Let's see.
You call this a strike?
Lots of robo-dog damage. Alright, there's only one enemy left.
What if...
Got him. Alright, what did he drop? Warp focusing staff. It's for navigators. Odd. Reinforced Cabalite armor and drugs. Wait, what? Oh. Never mind. Okay. I think it's time we leave.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Activate the platform. Time to dip! Mike, did you watch the new trailer? Yes, I already put out a YouTube video on it, Bird. If you want my thoughts, they are in that. Tap quick save in case something unexpected happens so that we don't have to redo that previous fight. Wait, what just happened? Oh, did we find the quest item that Marizai wanted? Dude, look at that swagger he's doing. Marizai spends several minutes rifling through the items on the tables until he stops, having noticed something. With a satisfied growl, he draws a long, pliable, spiked whip from the pile. You hear a click, and an icy blue glow ripples out across the whip's smooth surface with a slight crackling sound. I did not find my shadow field generator, and my toxin kit is gone, too, but at least I have found my favorite toy. The Drakari shows you his find. Do you know what this is, Mukluk? Humanity has similar tools for livestock and peasants. I doubt your kind is capable of such a sophisticated creation. Most likely it is a crude copy. An agonizer, an electrical disintegrator that acts upon the nerve impulses. This particular one is too fine a piece to be used in combat, but in a torture chamber, the Drakari hefts the whip, clearly familiar with the feel and weight in his hand. An exquisite instrument of pain. Total impulse control. It can deliver sensations as subtle as a whisper or incinerate synapses. Why is this thing so important to you? Why? It is a priceless artifact that belongs to me, and I reclaimed it before my kin managed to steal it. It is property of the Reaving Tempest that must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the other Cabals. And when we dispose of Eurymerus, the spy will certainly come under attack. And lastly, I can indulge in a little sentimentality, can't I? Dude, I might feed this guy to Heinrich later, but... Okay, let's go. You can keep it. Marizai weighs the whip on his hand once more and gives you an appraising look. At last he says softly, "Do you want to try it out, Mukluk? A little demonstration?" His eyes do dart to your arm. Hold out your arm. Do it. Lawful stupid! Marazai swings his arm without hesitation, and the agonizer's flexible tail wraps around your wrist. At first you feel nothing, but then a fiery flower of agony blooms in your heart, sending poisonous roots along your veins and into every corner of your body. Your vision darkens, you gasp for air, your knees threaten to buckle beneath you, and then the pain recedes like a tide, leaving behind the crazed pounding of your heart and aftershocks dancing on your nerve endings. The Drakari's eyes glitter with delight and mockery. That was minimal power. Barely any at all, I would say. Did you really think I would be in such a hurry to break my new toy? Let us go. I no longer have any desire to wander the spire. You masochist. Real talk, I was expecting to get a trait there. Most of the time in the game where I've like had my guy do something that's like a big test of his toughness, he's gotten like a new passive trait afterward, and I was curious if I would there as well. Like resistance to electricity or something, but no, nothing happened. Cargo. The spires of Komarog pierce at the darkness like needles through living flesh. Oh. Who are you? All y'all elves look alike. Miserable vermin. Oh, she's got a picture. Euremerus hisses through her teeth upon seeing you. Despite her blazing eyes and her bared teeth, you plainly discern what is in the Drakari's heart. Fear. I will see to it that death comes for you slowly. Quick pause here. Hanny Kenobi says, as a Revenant main, I don't like that we're going to channel some random dude in Guild Wars 1's Ain't It Can Milk Nostalgia. Am I right? Wait, what? Hanny, who do you think the other legends are? Centaur Stance is from Guild Wars 1. Demon Stance is a demon that you kill in Guild Wars 1. Assassin Stance is the boss of factions. Vindicator Stance is the two guys who killed the boss of factions. The Dwarf Stance is the dwarf from Guild Wars 1. I think the only spirit that isn't from Guild Wars 1 I think is Renegade, because it's a char. I know, but we moved on in the story. I mean, still, I'm calling you out on that statement. Like, all of those spirits are from Guild Wars 1. Miserable vermin. Euremerus hisses through her teeth upon seeing you. Despite her blazing eyes and her bared teeth, you plainly discern what's in the Drakari's heart. Fear. I will see to it that death comes for you slowly. Why fear? Oh, because you sundered reality and caused a disjunction and let warp demons in. The Archon's gaze shifts away from you, to Marazai. A venomous smile spreads across her face. My former Drakon. My inept executioner. Have you found yourself a new master? Marazai draws his weapon in a single fluid motion. Before your soul perishes in the maw of she who thirsts, I will teach it pain. The kind of pain you have never known in the whole of your existence, sister. What about you, child of Krudarok? How does it feel to know that you could not save yourself, your family, or your precious craft world? Urieliet's spirit stone flashes on her chest, and the ranger's hand tremble on the grip of her rifle. Your death will give me no joy, Archon Euremerus, but it may give peace to the spirits of my kin. What did you need the Farseus for? Why take such a risk? So be it, I will humor you before death. If only to step out of another shadow once and for all. I wish to orchestrate a little disjunction, and with my helpless brethren in my clutches, who are capable of tearing apart the veil with their mere presence, it could not have been simpler. When the time came, the Farseers would be my weapon against the Reaving Tempest rivals. Under cover of the Cataclysm, my blades would behead all those who stood in the way of my ascent. You destroyed your future with your own hands. When the truth became known, all the weapons in Komarog would have turned against you and against my cabal. And this coward was my Drakon. You were too quick to call the Reaving Tempest your cabal. You have neither the ambition nor the vision to lead all these warriors full of lust for power and blood. Marazai laughs mockingly. Dragging Farseers into our spire in an attempt to trigger a disjunction. That was your grand vision. It is a pity you have not bothered to lead a single raid in recent years. It would have been entertaining to watch you order a fleet to fly headlong into Monkey structures and detonate their engines, all to secure a bright future for the Cabal. The toys of your pet homunculus did little to help him. Eurymerus smirks. Oh, I am certain the homunculus still has plenty of unbroken toys left. You haven't seen even a tenth of what Tervantius commands. All those Craftworld fragments, those prisoners, was it all worth it, Xenos? Spare yourself the struggle of comprehending the meaning behind my deeds, wretched creature. Cruderok was to be my key to power the likes of which the Reaving Tempest could only dream of. Majesty is mine alone to claim, and I will claim it. No, Archon, you are destined for retribution. Blood for blood. I cannot destroy your entire Cabal as you destroyed Cruderok, but I have the strength to cut off the snake's head. Poor little outcast. Eurymerus leers at Yurliet, staring into her eyes like a predator. The suffering of your brothers and sisters nourished us for a long time. Now you too will give me your pain. I have grown tired of the games and machinations you have ushered into my realm. Prepare to die, Archon Eurymerus. Die? Ha! Eurymerus draws her weapon. You are the only one who dies today. And after I'm done with you, I will pay a visit to real space to observe the terror and ruin brought by my Cabal. Do you know, Monkey, that so many of your kind have had their lives cut short at the hands of their own kin? I used to purge the ranks of the Cabal to clear all obstacles from my path. I've used you to accomplish my goals. I colluded with your kind, despite your much-vaunted hatred of Xenos, which ought to have prevented any of you from even considering such a thing. Marazai narrows his eyes. You purged the ranks of the Cabal and cleared obstacles from your path. Even in that you failed, you talentless wretch. I am still here. I will be the one to purge the Reaving Tempest of you. My servants are heading out on a new hunt as we speak. Who will become their prey? Which lights will wink out in the void? How many Monkey will perish in the darkness? Eurymerus lets out a mocking laugh. You will never know. In the name of the God Emperor, I will destroy you, Xenos. Such amusing loftiness coming from an insect. Your toy god cannot help you. And nor can he help your fellow kin, that delectable prey still confined to the boundless darkness of real space. Whoa! There's some big lands coming up behind us. Let's try that. Oh my god, Cat's almost dead. Ow.
Focus, Van Calox. Focus.
Did you hear that? I said ow, and then Chip said ow. And then he left.
Throne take you.
I'm not a fan of how many bullets I'm getting riddled with on turn 1, I must say.
Stop trying, monkey. I am not your Zeke.
Woe to you.
Too bad I'm still...
You should have thought better.
Okay, the servo skulls went down.
With grace and malice. I yearn for agony. Behold, you will pay for this. Don't distract me.
Alright, taunt all of those.
Your last stroke of luck.
If you can let Marzipan get the killing blow on the boss, you get extra stuff.
Let's see.
We'll see.
Strike.
A wicked thought. A genius at work. Ah, a new note in discordant melody.
Alright, Ulfar's turn.
Wolves reign! You become the All-Father's worthy instrument! None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father.
Alright, Heinrichs. AoE regen.
Lord Captain.
AoE heal. AoE armor. Warp speed. Forewarning. Free science.
Go on.
And zap. Alright. Even if Heinrichs were to go downstate now, we got a lot of that.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
Did the dog get those buffs? Yeah, I did. Alright.
A wicked thought.
You pay for this in blood.
Alright, reactivate those.
Commands are more pleasant to give than to follow.
Servo signal. Oh no, she said send dudes. Oh my god, this is a lot of stuff.
No, no, no! You can't be dead!
Wait, what? Oh, the dog went down. Shoot.
I won't go down easy.
Stop hitting me!
I'm remembering when I did this fight, I'm playing this on Daring, which is still a higher difficulty, but when I played this on hard mode last time, I remember I really struggled with this fight. I think I won it by basically 5 members of my party died, and Cassia soloed the rest of it. It was a rough time.
I approach the designated position. If it serves your cause, I am not your Xenos pet monkey. I understand your intent.
Emperor, protect me. I will savor your delectable angry. Behold.
Splat! 3 down.
What a sinister spectacle!
Scheme.
Reactivate the dog. The worst part is he lost all the buffs he had. Alright, taunt the boss, so she's on him.
A wicked thought. Let's see.
Emperor, protect me.
Oh, kind of impressed there. Yurlia just parried, dodged. And she's not really known for doing any of that. Kick. Shoot that guy. Oh, look at them all lined up there. I cast gun, prepare to meet God.
Cubs play.
Heinrichs' turn.
Naturally. Do my bidding. Go on. Let's see to it.
AoE heal. What do we want her to do? Give an extra turn. Oh.
I can do that. With the
Finest
right
hour.
incentive.
Give an ally a big extra
Wanna see a
turn
trick?
with no attack limit.
No! You call this? So it shall be.
This can't be over.
My hand is thunder. My strike is.
Alright, everything to his left is dead.
See how the wolf succeeds.
Give him another
Tell me
partial
and
action.
it is done.
My instincts tell me to refuse. Cubs play. Feel the icy bite of death.
Alright, Yearliet's turn.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Why is he saying cosplay? I have no idea. He's just really into it, I guess.
I won't expect you that one.
It's supposed to be Cubs play. Oh, yeah. So he thinks of himself, he's kind of a furry. He thinks of himself as a member of a pack of, like, wolves. That's how he talks about he and his boys. So Cubs play is like child's play.
Fortune favors the swift. This tedium is beneath me, if it serves your cause.
I will tear your throat out personally, monkey. She didn't like that bullet I gave her. Oh, she's full health again. What? What a cheater. Alright, cast Sworn Enemy on her. Reckless Strike.
Watch.
Is she still taunted? Yes. Are these taunted? Yes. Okay.
A wicked thought. You were marked for demise. A wicked thought.
Your last stroke of luck.
A genius at your
Call
work.
this a strike.
High momentum. Fenris shoulder! Not I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! I will carve runes out of your bones!
That could hit my own team pretty badly. Let's shoot these guys.
I in disgrace!
Just go kick this turret. Bonk. How many buffs is he at right now? He's got 2 Revel and Slaughters. 1 of 3 of that. He's got 19 confirm. No, that's something else. Alright, versatility. He's at 20 versatility. That's the one that just keeps going up. Alright, Heinrichs.
I won't object to
Kill
it.
the bird.
But of course, Lord Captain, for the throne's glory,
You pay for this in blood.
do my bidding.
Your last stroke.
Alright, Bird's turn. Give Ulfar another turn. Or a partial one. That thing's gone. Oh, dude, I should have popped him earlier. I didn't realize that one was just a one-hit kill.
Don't dishonor the wolf with such tasks.
Alright, Jay.
Never cross a Kazbasket. I can do that with the right incentive.
What is this one?
Don't get too cocky.
Use that on Echo. Forgot I had that skill. It removes dots from a ally. It's get back in the fight. He's a shout warrior. Whoa, Urimerus just healed a lot.
Will perish for this affront.
Might have to focus a lot of firepower on her. Hi, thank you.
Focus, Van Kellogg's.
Ancestors guide me.
Okay.
I understand.
He's done.
Fortune
Alright, let's just try to
I am not your
bring down everything else,
pet
and then we'll
monkey.
focus on the boss lady.
With grace and magic. You call this a strike?
Also, I was brought a sandwich.
Behold my artistry! What if?
Alright, that one's dead.
Schemes.
Dog protect Marizine.
Woe to you.
Alright, Ulfar.
None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father. Who can his task to someone less? The fame-hungry come. Cubs play.
His damage is getting pretty high. So his whole thing is every time he does an attack that was different from his last attack, so a single shot or a kick or a spray, his damage goes up. And he's at 27 buffs right now. Also, fired up. Whenever you deal damage, your crit damage is increased by 1%. He's got 46 of those. So, yeah, weapon skill is currently plus 137 from normal. He's popping off right now.
I challenge you.
Kick her in the face.
Damned. So it shall be.
Alright, 2 enemies remaining. This guy and her.
I won't be
Now just her.
I feel the power.
Wow, that was a terrible heroic action.
I can do that with the right.
I was just trying to get her lower, and then I was gonna have Marizai finish her off. I didn't expect that. He took her from like 60% to dead. The mandrake's words are barely comprehensible. The creature is clearly not accustomed to the tongue of its dark kin. The Draken didn't offer a sacrifice for our dids. The Draken must become the sacrifice. It appears that the consequences of a certain someone's actions have caught up to them. Oh, you can have him. I'm sure no one will miss him. Marizai places a hand on his weapon. His voice sounds calm, but his gaze is tense as he peers at the dark creatures before him. You should not have crawled out of the abyss that your wretched kind call home. Consider our pact broken. Nazrakai did not hold up his end of the bargain, so I had to finish the job myself. The result matters not. The sacrifice will be made. The mandrake's head turns to you. Make the sacrifice, Monkey. The tribe never relents. The tribe will find you. With a pure heart, I will raise my horn in praise to the Allfather on the day that this sharp-tongued scum dies. The foul Xenos may be a meager trophy, but he is still our trophy. Giving him up without a fight to this talking mop is shameful. Ulfar says, let's kill him, but not today. I'm really liking the idea of just getting his, because the two aliens in our party are the reason we're trapped in this place in the first place. So I really like the idea of getting out of here with them, and then just giving them to Heinrichs on a silver platter. I certainly hope your partnership is worth it, Marazai. Keeping you around is costly. The Drakari glowers at you. So is keeping you, Mukluk. Shh, senseless creature. The tribe will find you. The tribe will have its sacrifice. You know, it didn't actually give me an option to sacrifice him, even if I wanted to, which is interesting. Both of the options were like, no, he's with me. Carmine Crown. Whenever a bleeding, burning, or toxin effect inflicted by the wearer deals damage to an enemy, that enemy suffers minus 5% armor penalty against only the wearer's attacks. And the wearer gains 5% crit chance against them. Stacks. Oh, that might be insane for Kibella. She dots the hell out of people. Grants plus int bonus dodge to the wearer and allies. And allies? Peculiar... Oh no, Shadow Field. At the beginning of combat, the wearer gains the Shadow Field effect. While under this effect, the wearer counts as being in full cover against ranged attacks. The effect is lost when the wearer is hit by a ranged attack and suffers damage from it. Monkey Hide Cape. Wait, so this is made of human skin? Decrease all incoming damage except direct damage by 1%? Scales with versatility stacks. Which is what our Astartes guy uses. But he really wasn't taking any damage during that fight. He was a brick wall with a gun.
They will see.
Into the webway.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Imagine this just dumps us out into space,
will
but we don't have a ship,
see.
and we can't breathe in space, so we just die. Hey Chad, hey Muck, I swing by with a massive thank you for yesterday's raid. What's up, Just Jake? I will forever remember you as the guy with a moaning follower alert. Because so many people were following, it was just constant.
With the physical horrors of Camorra behind them, a long and arduous journey, possible only with the help of a Xenos guide, lay ahead for the rogue trader and his party. From one strange destination to the next, through unknowable environments, the mere sight of which could drive one to madness.
Seems like we had a good time running through this webway.
Despite the challenges, they managed to escape the labyrinthian webway and find their way back home.
Didn't you used to moan for your followers, Mark? Not for 30 minutes consecutively. I didn't have the pipes for that. A poorly shaved commoner with Warnick overalls eyes you with suspicion. He is clutching an autogun that looks like it is one careless reload away from falling apart. The man narrows his eyes and inquires, "Oi, who are you lot? You're not bandits, are you?" Upon noticing a non-human in your retinue, the old man grimaces with contempt and clutches the Aquila hanging around his neck. And chumming around with inhuman scum, no less. Begone, you lanky freak! I compel you in St. Cognatius's name, in St. Nicomedes Keefe's name, in St. Drusus's name. Marizai narrows one eye. His body is neither strong nor spirited enough to bear torment. I will not waste my efforts on him. Persuasion 100%. I am the master of this planet, Mukluk von Valancius, and I require something of you. Blessed throne, you're joking me. His lordship, in these here backwoods. What an honor. A big ol' honor, this. The man drops to his knees and tries his best to hide his travesty of a firearm, pretending that he was not just pointing it at your chest a moment ago. I'm just a lowborn, small, humble man. You wouldn't hit a lowborn, small, humble man in the face, would you? I've only ever seen your lustrous visage on the holy icons in the temples of the capital. I need a shuttle and some means of contacting the astropathic choir so I can summon my void ship here. In a jiffy, your lordship. Please be welcome to our flying ferry. It's right over yonder in the brush. It's also where our expedition's Vox Wizard is staying. Vox Wizard? Did they reveal the specs yet? Yes. Yeah, I did a video on it. There's a blog post if you just want to read the blog post. Conduit looks amazing. I lucked out. Invoker looks good. Yeah, it feels like they saved the best for last. The whole batch looks nice. High factotum Janris Danrock. The high-ranking officer beams with genuine happiness. Danrock steps forward and solemnly says, "Welcome to the bridge, Lord Captain. Like the rest of the crew, we are overjoyed by your return, and thank the Emperor for it." Vox Wizards are engines here. Yeah, it's literally just like a tech priest that's got a walkie-talkie or something like that. The crew stares in awe and terror at the giant towering over the crowd. Some make the sign of the Aquila on their chests, others collapse to their knees with a prayer to the God Emperor on their lips. This wave of pious shock does not seem to discompose Ulfar in the slightest. He just chuckles into his beard and glances around curiously. Marizai's presence alone is enough to elicit gasps of dismay and whispers from the crowd. The Drukhari ignores all Monkey reactions to his person and surveys the ship's bridge, examining every detail with ostentatiously cool interest. His markedly casual posture is belied by the subtle and unusual tension in his body. The decks overflow with dazzling shades of yellow as the crew welcomes its lord, and I join them in this greeting. Lord Captain, I'm so glad to see you. I nearly lost it when you up and disappeared on me. I was getting by on stimulants and recaf. I barely slept, all so I could keep listening to the whispers for any clue on how to find you. The only other time I felt so powerless was when Lady Theodora... She stops. Pardon me, Lord Captain, I'm talking nonsense.
Noxxi_Grenrose raided my stream with 19 viewers.
Thank you, Noxxi Grenrose. Appreciate the raid. You're early. I'm supposed to raid you in an hour. What are you doing? I appreciate it, though. Sister Argenta greets you with burning eyes. Welcome back, rogue trader. No trial could break the will of the Emperor's chosen, or stop him from returning to those who have put their hopes in him. First off, how much do you know about my abduction? Not much, Lord Captain. All contact with your party was lost shortly after the supposed pirates boarded the ship and abducted your companion's kinspeople. We immediately sent shuttles with boarding parties to your aid, but we didn't find anyone on the ship save for the crew, all of whom had either been butchered or driven insane. Yurliet's expression is inscrutable, but her eyes are fixed on you and you alone. Since your lordship's body was never recovered, we hoped against hope that you were still alive. Alas, even our most alert augur operators never spotted anything suspicious, and thus our ignominious failure put you in dire peril. Dare we inquire what happened to your lordship? Alright, well now that we're back, I think it's time to sell out the aliens. Yurliet helped the Drukhari abduct me and take me to Komarog. Hostile stares fix on Yurliet and a spiteful whisper whips through the air. Xenos scum. Where has my ship been all this time? I have pizza soon and I'm exhausted. I need a rest. Oh, that's a good reason. Does this, let's see. Evoker looks good. Do you think you'll play Ellie this season? Not enough information. I need to see more about the kind of skills that Ellie and the others are going to get before I make a decision like that. It's not really a pet class, but it does look interesting. The Officers' Council decided to take the ship to Footfall, where one can hear the gossip of the entire expanse. Our agents tirelessly searched for information about your lordship. Had we heard even a whisper of where you were imprisoned, we would have immediately launched a rescue expedition. You would have gone to Kamarog? While you were absent, Lord Captain, we made every effort to find you. That resulted in a number of modifications to the ship that have significantly upgraded it. Thanks to a favorable deal secured by the esteemed High Factotum, the ship is now equipped with state-of-the-art auger systems and direction finders from Kiava Gamma. That is quite enough fawning and fussing. I wish to return to my duties immediately. He throws up his hands. But the crew is overcome with joy and gratitude to the God Emperor. Nevertheless, your will is absolute. He wanted to party. The factotum smacks his lips awkwardly and adds in a quieter voice. Lord Captain, the senior officers will report to you shortly. In your absence, we received a number of astropathic messages and dispatches that demand your attention. Oh, Nomos has a picture now. The group of servitors suddenly stirs, their movements frighteningly identical, even for automatons. They stare at you and say in perfect unison, "Hello, Nomos have come to welcome you back. We did sense that a great deed has been done, a vivid imprint on existence. You did something very important. What was it?" "I triumphed over the enemies of humanity by pitting the arch-enemy's blight against that of the Xenos. One day they will all fall before the sacred flame. For now, we can be satisfied with having enemies of Terra destroy one another." This thing reminds me of the spirit that Revenant is getting, that we heard about today, chat. It's like a humanoid thing, but it's not really human, and if you don't train it right, it'll turn out to be a monster. Like, this thing reminds me of that, same vibe. Did Nomos say it correctly? The servitor chorus, which sounds as a singular voice, falls silent. Nomos appears to be waiting for your response in eager anticipation. I am glad you are learning to understand me, Nomos. After a long pause, the servitor chorus responds with unexpected forcefulness. Nomos are glad too. We must go now. We will come back to speak with you later. Another pause follows, so long that the silence becomes more piercing than a scream, then the servitor finally breaks it. We are glad to see order restored and the head of the dynasty resume his reign. We were concerned about you and your well-being. One can detect to the naked eye the moment when Nomos leaves the bridge. The servitors stop moving in sync and slowly shuffle off to their posts. How to train your Nomos? Yeah. High Factotum. Danrock adjusts his jacket before addressing you. Now then, Lord Captain, shall we get to business? We have a number of items to go over. First and foremost, I have news about your subjects. In the times that you are gone, the servants of House von Valancius have toiled tirelessly in their service to you and for the benefit of the entire Trade Protectorate. Without a doubt, the return of the Guardian of the Cronus Expanse will give new strength and faith to those who have stood under the blows of the enemies of humanity in your absence. Rumors of the holy relic kept aboard your vessel are spreading to every system of the Expanse, inspiring and emboldening the weak and the forlorn. The Expanse is in flames, your lordship. Squadrons and smaller groups of despicable Drukhari raid our systems. The cult of the Final Dawn has emerged in full force, wreaking havoc everywhere. We've heard rumors of the fall of Santiel's pride, House Corda's world, an outrageous sacrilege given how abundant and inexpensive Promethium is there. He's like, how dare they destroy Costco? The gas prices were fantastic. Strife has Vigdis is saying this. Strife has broken out between House Winterscale and House Corda. Chaos reigns everywhere, only the esteemed Lord Inquisitor is trying to fight it, concentrating all available forces at Footfall to draw them into a fist that will smash the rampaging heretics and Xenos vermin. What kind of Xenos are attacking the Expanse? Drukhari, your lordship. Their squadrons, both large and small, are invading the Expanse, unleashing carnage on planets, taking captives by the thousands, and attacking ships. It is as if something has poked their nest, if you will, and now they're lashing out. I wonder who did that. How fare the worlds of my dynasty? The heretics' malicious acts make it difficult to maintain astropathic contact with the colonies. The cult of the Final Dawn strikes everywhere, and their sleeper agents are active on every planet. On Phobos 6, a mutiny was crushed after a group of newly arrived prisoners succumbed to blasphemous propaganda. That's a prison world. But other worlds stand firm against the onslaught of enemies of humanity and do not succumb to their pernicious influence. So Xavier Calcazar is leading the defense. Exactly. The esteemed Lord Inquisitor Calcazar has declared himself Warden of the Coronis Expanse and issued orders to requisition troops. He has made Footfall his base of operations as it was the most logically convenient point. From there, his fleet strikes throughout the Expanse, destroying the forces of the Cult of the Final Dawn and the abominable Drukhari. He may be all that currently stands in the way of the Expanse being reduced to ashes. When heretics laid siege to Euphrates II, the hallowed forge of the Cognizant's fleet, the Lord Inquisitor sent an enormous force. Now they and the Explorator squadrons recalled from the front lines stand together against the heretics in the battle for the sacred planet. What is the source of the strife between Incendia and Caligos? When the esteemed Lord Inquisitor called upon the Rogue Traders to join his forces, her ladyship Incendia Corda heeded the summons, while his lordship Caligos Winterscale ignored it. Rumor has it that his refusal was defiant in manner and served as a pretext for Lady Corda to declare war on House Winterscale. Winterscale's ships are being hunted and his worlds occupied under the pretense of compelling them to submit to the Imperial Creed. Surprisingly, for all his love of fighting, Winterscale is in no hurry to defend his domain. According to intercepted astropathic messages, he and his retinue are currently on Quetzal Temer hunting down a Xenos fleet, Aldari by all appearances. Is there anything else I should know? Lord Captain, during your absence, your retinue has seen certain changes. The esteemed Master Anthar will no longer be able to accompany you. According to a message from the Adeptus Arbites, he has been discharged and is currently an overseer on Vibo 6. However, Prefect Vulture has informed me that you have the authority to challenge that decision and have Master Anthar reinstated. Wait, what? Solomon has been discharged, but why? The Adeptus Arbites tasked him with a mission of some sort that, as far as I know, ended in failure, leading to Master Anthar being deemed unworthy of his rank and unfit to serve you. I would like to note that his Cyber Mastiff is still on board. What? We kept his dog? Due to the damage the dog sustained on Thessera, Master Anthar left it in the care of your tech priests. I heard there was an implant malfunction. The servants of the Omnissiah have patched up the creature, but they have also warned that a final synchronization of its implants with those of Master Anthar is required for the Cybermastiff to be considered fully repaired. Get him back here. Solomon will rejoin my retinue. I will collect him in person. Then I will send a request to have Master Anthar reinstated and notify the Overseers on Vibo 6 of your impending arrival. I have good news to share as well. The Heartless is fully repaired. Its hull has been considerably reinforced, and after a complete cycle of tech litanies, the fighter craft in its hangar will now eagerly await the chance to show their worth in battle. Oh, that's my escort ship. Okay. The factotum lowers his head in thought. There have been other minor developments. If you so wish, I will gladly bring you up to speed on the bridge. I would not want them to take any time away from this occasion. Thank you for the report. Abelard. Hey Monk, how you doing? Any thoughts on the final Elite Specs video showing which one's the most interested in? I already did a video on it today. Need more information, but it seems like they saved the best for last. That batch looks really good. Abelard. Lord Captain. Abelard bows his head. Allow me to make a request, a personal one. While you were away, the Choir Master received an astropathic message from Dargonis. It concerns my family. The Rosarians have been accused of treason against House von Valancius. How is that possible? I can't comprehend it. The Seneschal shakes his head helplessly. The Rosarians have served the Rogue Trader dynasty loyally for generations. This is hard to admit, but the news has come as a crushing blow. The accusations were leveled by or on behalf of the Drive Stems, the governing house. Under normal circumstances, the investigation would not have required your involvement, and my entire family would have been... But being of noble stock, the Rosarians are entitled under an ancient custom to petition for a rogue trader's personal protection once in a generation. Your personal protection, Lord Captain. Abelard raises his gaze to you. Do not deny us that honor, I implore you. Tell the Choir Master to send a message to Dargonis saying I will personally take part in the investigation. Abelard breathes a sigh of relief and seems to grow an inch or two taller. It will be done, Lord Captain. Adira hurriedly enters the study, sniffling and hunching her shoulders. She looks haggard. There are bags under her eyes, her hair is disheveled, and her hands quiver slightly every few moments. With some effort, she focuses her eyes on you and forces a crooked smile. Alright, this lady needs to, like, take a shower Like, long hot one, and then she needs to, like, sleep for, like, 10 hours. She said she was awake the whole time we were gone trying to find signs of us. Like, she is messed up right now. Thank you for agreeing to hear me out, Lord Captain. Here's the deal. After all that happened recently, the voices in my head suddenly flared up and started gabbling worse than before. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm handling them just fine, but I think I know of a way I can get them to settle down a bit. I keep having the same vision over and over again. I'm walking down a corridor and there's this door at the end. And I just know that right behind that door is blissful silence. All I've got to do is reach out and open it. So I touch it with my fingers, I can feel the cold, rough metal, and then I suddenly snap out of it and always find myself staring at a wall in some compartment or other. I look behind me and all the doors on the way are open, but I have no memory of how I got there. Lord Captain, I'll cut to the chase. Please help me find that door. I'm not joking, this is a matter of life and death. My gut tells me it's my last chance to deal with my powers, and if I don't, she trails off. Before I make my decisions, I have questions to ask you. Absolutely, Lord Captain. Ask me anything, I'll try my best to answer. What do you think is behind the door? No idea. Maybe it's some incredible implant from the Tech Priest's secret stores, or, I don't know, a serum kept in the Inquisition's vault. There's such a thing as an archaeotech, right? Plenty of it lying around, maybe some of it could help me. Archaeotech is an incredibly rare and powerful piece of technology from humanity's ancient past. Reading is a lost art these days. Wait, what? I would not for the life of me play this game without the VA. I'm excited for Dark Heresy being fully voice acted, though. I mean, if you're playing this on your own, you can read it in your head. For me, it's rough on the voice box because I'm reading it all to you. Adira is trying to maintain a facade of confidence while simultaneously pulling at a hangnail so hard her finger begins to bleed. Gross. Do your visions contain clues on where to start looking? Vague ones as usual. I think I can hear the muffled cries of some weird birds, and my head is sweating like it's somewhere hot. I'm surrounded by rockgrete, your everyday Imperium stuff, except it reeks of burnt flesh, fried cables, and chemicals. Sorry, but that's about it. Nothing more concrete, but I think if we get close enough, I'll sense it immediately. Is the door you describe similar to the door your whispers come from? No. Well, I don't know. It feels different. The ones from the visions feel very, I don't know, real? I can even touch it. It's definitely not an illusion. It really does exist somewhere, and trust me, neither of us wants to open the other door, the whispering one. What if it's a trap? No way, it can't be. Whatever. I'll go in alone if you like. Just please help me get there. No more questions. We will find this door. I give you my word. Some of the darkness in Adira's eyes clears and her smile widens slightly. Thank you, Lord Captain. I knew you wouldn't leave me in bind. As soon as I sense we're close, I'll let you know right away. Enough, Xenos. Justice will be done one way or another. Heinrich's voice drips with venom. Slither all you like, heretic spawn, but you will never leave this ship unscathed. The bridge is enveloped in an unusual silence. The officers on duty are huddling in the corners, looking on curiously at what is transpiring in the center. Alright, so I've never seen this. So, in my last playthrough, I just left Yearliet in Kabarog, and I just left without her. So I never saw her again. So is this like a trial? Let's see. Observe silently. Mr. Mattyman says, do you want to know where the door is? On what node on the map, I mean? It's kind of a stupid hint and I only found it by accident. Not yet. We'll see if I find it first. Catching sight of you, the curious crew members dash to their posts, leaving only the senior officers in the middle of the bridge. For how long are you going to tolerate this filth on your ship, Mukluk? This foul traitor who has already dragged you into the darkness once and who almost left your protectorate without its sovereign. Rogue traitor. Heinrich's voice makes your blood run cold. Has Aldari heresy clouded your judgment? Treachery always means death, either for the traitor or the one betrayed. You almost died in Kamarog. Your retinue, you know what became of them. Is it not high time that justice was done? Those present nod wordlessly, but do not dare to interfere. Now this is a fine spectacle. The inhuman gets what she deserves. Let us all watch and laugh. He's like, all right, everyone, point and laugh. Your wonderful path has led you into a rather thorny situation, cousin. You refused to beg for mercy in Kamarog, and now you will have to lick the boots of Munkay. Silence, Xenos. Your turn will come. Yurliet does not react to the curses being slung at her. With an imperturbable expression, she watches the crowd before her, then turns her gaze to you. Dude, these options. I'm a killer myself. Kibble, would you kill her? Sister Argenta, would you shoot her? Heinrichs, will you take care of this? Whip her as much as she can handle. Make her write an apology. She's fine. I'm in charge here, how dare you? Anyone else wants to share their thoughts? You know, Shireen, when a pet refuses to obey their master, they are usually put in a cage at best or turned into a lovely piece of taxidermy at worst. The heinous behavior pattern of the Xeno entity and of specimens similar to her statistically leads to unfavorable and unpredictable outcomes. Vil Yurliet does not deserve death. For her, it would be a release from her sorrowful lot of being an unclean Xenos. Murderous rage flashes in Cabela's black eyes. But we do deserve her death. That is a line. As payment for what we have endured. Oh, yeah, Cabela got tortured there, too. Yeah, Cabela, for those who weren't there, Cabela was in a cage, and she's like, the God Emperor, meh. And they're like, the God Emperor is not real. And she's like, yeah, they are. We'll go to his embrace after death. And they're like, no, you won't. I'll prove it. And they killed her and revived her and killed her and revived her like a dozen times to prove to her that there was nothing waiting for her. And basically broke her mind. And then they also cloned her a bunch or something. They made copies of her and then had her thinking the copies were like other parts of her that came back. And had her, like, fighting other versions of herself. And so she was, like, messed up. Yurliet blankly surveys the crowd. I mean, yeah, she pretty much got us all tortured. Are there any Guild Wars 2 PvP streamers that stream fairly regularly? Boyce. B-O-Y-C-E is the, my favorite. Do you think you might do more Push tonight? No, I don't. Push was fun, but visiting PvP again for the first time in 3 months really just kind of shined a spotlight in my mind once again on all the problems with PvP. And I really am not itching to do more of it. I'd rather play more other games. Did she actually do anything wrong? Did Yurliet do actually anything wrong? Yeah, she purposefully gave me and the others to the Drakari, which is the reason we all woke up and were getting tortured in Kamarog. Now, and to keep in mind here, he got tortured, he got tortured, he got tortured, she got her lungs ripped out, he got new implants put in his body against his will. She was killed and revived dozens of times. He got needles put in his brain and made his own psychic powers torture himself. And he was kept prisoner there for months. And he had to eat aliens raw to stay alive. So all of that was because Yurliet brought us there. Just a little bit of evil. Yeah. And we were also tortured. Yeah. It was also Mukluk's fault. He failed to lord check with mask in his sleeping quarters. How is that on me? Alright. We've done her quest. We've seen it. As a dogmatic member of the Imperium, I think I would kill someone who, is a traitor, you know? Like, this is like super traitor. This is like the biggest traitoring I've ever traitored before. Yeah, I like this. Do me a favor, Heinrichs. A predatory grin spreads across the interrogator's face. With great pleasure. Keep in mind, he also was tortured because of her. Heinrichs Oh, God, you're just gonna do that right here. Okay, he casts Siphon Life. Okie dokie. It's a good thing that rug's already red. Heinrich shakes off his hands in disgust. Before putting the Xenos to sleep, I will interrogate her. Oh, okay, that was a sleepy spell. I thought he just killed her. I have many questions that need answers. Okay. Okay. Oh, man, that was a lot. That was a lot of conversation. So Yearliet is no longer up here on the list. Now we got to take care of the other guy. I'm surprised they didn't bring him up. All right, Exemplar. Toughness. What do we got? What happened to the Dark Elf? He's right here. He's still in the party at the moment. You're not gonna do Marzipan's quest? What is Marzipan's quest? I thought I just did Marzipan's quest. Each use of slash increased damage dealt by slash by 1 till end of combat. Ooh, that's kind of neat. When the warrior takes damage, they gain 13% dodge, stacks up to 3 times, resets after a dodge. If the warrior is not attacked this turn, they gain 26% armor. I don't know if the dog attacking counts as an attack. Why do you have crows and mechs in your party? Let me finish this level up and I will show you. Give me just a minute. When the warrior uses a single shot or melee attack as a target, or gets 20% armor against attacks over the attack for 1 round. When the warrior parries, their next warrior skill costs 1 AP less. That could be cool. Alright, hang on, drink of water. Okay, Dicey. In the Arbites DLC, they added a new class option for the second class called Overseer. If you take Overseer, quite simply, you get a pet. But the type of pet depends on what your first class was. If you were an Arbites as your background, you get a Cyber Mastiff, which is robot dog. It has hit points, it can be attacked, it can be destroyed in combat, and it is like a weaker party member. And you can use your action points during your turn to give it orders, like attack him, protect him, things like that. If you are a Psyker, you get a Cyber Raven. The Cyber Raven's actually really cool. Any spells that you cast on it will become area of effect. So if you have it in the middle of your team and you cast buffs on it, those buffs hit your whole team. So I really like this. So I don't think I'll ever play this again with a Psyker that doesn't have the Cyber Raven. It's so good. If you were an operative, you get a Cyber Eagle. The Cyber Eagle it's an attacking pet like the dog, but when it's not its turn, it flies up into the sky and basically leaves the battlefield. So enemies rarely get chances to attack it, but it gets chances to attack them when you would give it an order. It like dive bombs the enemies. And the thing is the pet attack buttons, they don't have a limit of like 1 per turn. It's just their cost keeps increasing. So if I say dog attack, it's 1 AP. Dog attack, it's 2 AP. Dog attack, it's 3 AP. So for 6 AP, I can have it attack 3 times, even though I can only shoot once. And the last one is a swarm of servo skulls. They do not fight directly. They are utility. They have different things that they can do. One of them is called Medical Signal, and basically they just slowly heal everyone around them in combat. I have a buff on them right now that lets me use them as partial cover. So like I can have a teammate get behind them and use them to like body block shots as if they were terrain. And if you have an officer use this, the officer can give someone an extra turn. And if they're in range of this, then another person will get an extra turn. So, like, chains. And that's it. So, skulls, eagle, raven, dog. Depending on your class, if you're an overseer. And now you know. And knowing is half the battle. Let's see. I think she needs fellowship. Mm-mm-mm. Looking for anything helpful here. Get back in the fight, removes a fresh injury from the target, and heals the target for 1 wounds for each effect removed by get back in the fight. Okay. That could be cool. Wounds are no excuse. Have you tried not being wounded? Willpower for him. Sooner, really? Nope. Nope. Defensive stance is okay. Epicenter of Slaughter is okay. Sure. We'll do that. Okay, Shooty Boy. What do you need? Let's do ballistic skill. I'm shooting with him more than meleeing with him. Swift Slaughter, sure. Cabela. Oh. She's got 3 level ups to do. What do we got? Next attack against the target can't be dodged or parried. That could be good. Choose an exemplar talent. Every melee attack the character makes reduces the target's armor by 2% till end of combat. This stacks. Alright, Destroyer's pretty good. Any damage this character deals is increased by 1 for every attack they've made this combat. That could also be good. Know-it-all, 3% bonus to armor, armor pen, dodge, dodge reduction, critical, hit chance, critical damage, and parry. You know what? Let's get know-it-all. Can't really go wrong with all of that. So Master of Torture says that you do 5% more damage to a target for each type of damage over time effect on them. There's bleeding, burning, and poison. So I think there's only 3 types of damage over time effects. Because I don't, like, if you've got 10 stacks of poison on them, I don't think it's counting it 10 times. Just because it has the word type in it. Tormenting Sprain. Whenever an enemy suffering from any of your dots dodges an attack, all dots on the target deal 10% more damage. Let's try that. Choose a first tier archetype. Enemies attacked by the Blade Dancer have their skills reduced till the start of the next turn. Pen of Pain. Blood Oath restores additional AP. Max health increase. Let's get max health increase. Can't go wrong there. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know what my current like team comp is going to be with all these new characters, even though I just threw Yurliet out the trash chute. Alright. Hang on, I got 2 bites left. Where is Heinrich? There he is.
To what do I owe this visit?
Get rid of Marizai. I'm wondering. So I think Mr. Mattyman in chat would probably know. Mattyman, if I just don't do anything about Marizai, will there be a thing later on, like there was just now with Yurliet, where Heinrich just comes to you and says, "Can I kill him?" I am curious. While we wait on his response, how long have you served the Inquisition?
Since the day of my initiation as an acolyte. So, decades. How many real years it's been, it's hard to say. When I return from a journey through the warp, I often discover that much more or much less time has passed in real space.
You visited many worlds during your service, I'll wager.
Indeed. I have visited many of the places brought to the Emperor's light, and those sullied by the filth of the arch-enemy. In truth, even after all these years spent visiting the various corners of the Imperium and looking beyond its borders, I still consider the Segmentum Solar to be the greatest of all humanity's bastions. Nothing compares to the majesty of Holy Terra, the might of Mars, the grandeur of the Segment's other worlds.
At least 2 events can remove him permanently. Isn't one of those events when you meet Kalkazar in his office and you say, "Take back your spy"? And then Heinrich's like, it leaves your party at that point? I know that one. Let's change the subject.
Gladly.
Alright, so kinda want to get rid of Marizai. I feel like as a dogmatic fellow, I'd be like, okay, you served your purpose. I used you to get out of the trap that you and Yurliet put me into. Now I'm getting rid of you.
Rogue trader.
But I also want to hear his voice actor a little bit more. I wish to know more about you and your cabal.
Ask your questions. I will decide which is worthy of an answer.
You were the Drakon of your cabal. What does that mean exactly?
The Drakon is the first among the blades of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, and the Drukhari who stands but one rung below the Archon. The Drakon leads raids and wages wars against other Cabals, keeps the arrogant true-born and half-born upstarts at bay, and has the pick of any opponent in any battle. Irimaris used to have others in her inner circle, but I ensured that they all disappeared one by one, and that their successors were too terrified to take their place. That was when my sister engaged an incubi order to serve as her bodyguards. Incubi do not respond to fear or bribes.
What sparked the conflict between you and Irimaris?
Must there be another reason beyond survival and ambition? Kamora does not tolerate weakness. Kamora respects only strength and cunning. Either you climb upward on the corpses of your enemies, or you become one of the steps underfoot.
I know who the voice actor of Heinrichs is, Chris Tester. I recognized his voice. He does a lot of voice actor work on YouTube and TikTok. Speaking of voice actors, hold on, I want to check something. Okay. What was the big devil's name in Baldur's Gate 3? Was it Raphael? Hold on, BG3 Raphael. I want to see if I'm saying this right. Yes. Okay. BG3 Raphael voice actor. I'm chasing a theory here. Okay, Andrew Wincott. I swear I heard his name last night while I was playing Total War. Total War, Orm 3. Andrew, what was his name? Andrew Wincott. Is he in this game? Yes, he is. He is. Okay, I was playing Total War Warhammer 3 at like 1 in the morning last night, and I heard like some guy say something, and I was like, that's the devil from Baldur's Gate 3. And I just checked. Yes, Andrew Wincott is the voice actor for Helman Gorst in Total War Warhammer 3. So Raphael the Devil is the same guy who's like, Helman Gorst. Ah. All right, feels good, feels good. The singing devil, yep. Okay. Irimaris was your sister.
We shared the same blood, and we emerged into the world from the same womb. We were both true-born, and we both stood above the scum that comes from tubes and vials.
That is such a weird way of saying she's my sister. Yeah, we shared a womb. Like, what? How is it that the great and terrifying Marizai was only the Drakon of the Cabal and not its Archon?
Keep your arrogance in check. Irimaris was clever and deadly, and if I had underestimated her abilities and strength, I would have been food for the Urguls long ago. The very fact that she surpassed me speaks for itself. I refused to give her cause to cast me out as a traitor. No, our rivalry, our little game that ran since our birth, took time. And another thing, when you're at the top, you need something to stave off boredom. This game amused us and terrorized the rest of the Cabal.
Lord Xenos, you speak low Gothic. Knowing your kind, I cannot believe that you learned it willingly.
It was a punishment. One of my raids was not as successful as it should have been, and Irimaris ordered Tavantius to forcibly implant the knowledge of the repulsive monkey language into my mind.
Supposedly so that I could at least benefit the Cabal by coaxing the monkey into their cages. 5 days I spent under a cerebral burner in the Spire's main hall. To the delight of Irimeris's entourage, I dislocated every joint, struggling in agony against my shackles. But I would endure it all again to expel this poison from my head.
Yo! I mean, that's some great Duolingo. He learned the whole language in 5 days of torture? Yo, that's good time. You call yourself a trueborn. What does that mean?
It is a caste in Camorra. Noble Drukhari born under certain circumstances. Their cradle before birth was not an amniotic gestational tube, but a living womb. Carrying a fetus for such a lengthy term is as good as a death sentence for a female Drukhari. She is too vulnerable to her enemy's attacks, and she is of no use on a raid. In Camorra, only the most powerful Drukhari, who are able to surround themselves with the best protection, can allow themselves such an extravagance.
That is so effed up. Going through normal pregnancy is a death sentence because everyone's constantly trying to kill each other.
Farkaza Aziriesh, poisoner of Azdrujar, and Shaimish's elect, was one such exalted leader of the Drukhari. The result was worth the effort.
Oh, so he was born naturally from her. Nazrakai and the Cabal of the Black Heart. What is their relationship to your Cabal?
The Cabal of the Black Heart is the most ancient of all the Cabals, and the largest. It casts a shadow over all Camorra, and when the Black Heart strikes, you submit or you die. The Reaving Tempest was not prepared to perish, so when the Black Heart's shadow stretched as far as us, Irimeris's predecessors chose to bend the knee and become their vassals. Irimeris never liked the Cabal's subordinate position. Her words, and sometimes her actions, directed against the Black Heart, prompted whispers of discontent and fear among those who served her. I was not willing to renounce the protection of Asdrubal Vekt's own Cabal. If I had succeeded in overthrowing Irimeris with Nazrakay's aid, many within the Reaving Tempest would have supported me.
Tavantius the Arch-Machinator. What is your connection to him?
Tavantius was Irimeris's ally, not mine. The Reaving Tempest is his patron, and patron also to the Witches of the Arena. I have had cause to seek out his artistry several times, and each time with difficulty. Of late, he's been gone from Camorra more often than he's been in it. He was probably in one of his lairs where he hides his other experiments and creations.
Do you have any ideas where his other layers might be?
After Tavantius quarreled with the witches and was stripped of the Cabal's protection, his havens in Camorra were turned into a deadly trap. I imagine they've been ransacked and destroyed by now. His other hideouts may be somewhere in the tangle of the webway, or in real space. But that last possibility is madness even for a homunculus.
When did you have need of his expertise?
When the grotesque of a rival Cabal ripped my arm off at the shoulder, when I needed a substance to wring the truth out of you in the Obsidian Court, when I had personal desires that only a master of flesh could satisfy.
I'm just imagining Marizine going into Tavantius and being like, Tavantius, I require Botox. I want my cheeks smooth as eggshells. And Tavantius is like, ugh. What personal desires?
You are just dying to know, aren't you?
Told you, smooth as eggshells. That's enough about the homunculus. The more I listen, the more it seems that for a proud Drukhari, you very much enjoy submitting.
An amusing example of a primitive mind. Any Drukhari towers over any monkey, and we do not conceal our attitude to livestock, but my Kabbalite kin. Every one of them should be treated with caution, and those who have already demonstrated their power and might are a deadly threat in their own right. I do not revel in submission. I accept things as they are. And I wait until a point of weakness reveals itself and calls to my blade.
You have numerous titles, I recall. Tell me about them.
Eviscerator of Illiridas, Blaze of the Barkag Kingdom, and Slayer of Corocius the Pale. Illiridas was a world inhabited by our distant Eldari cousins, until I led a reaping raid there. The Barkag Kingdom was a separate cluster on the fringes of Camorra before it went to war with the Reaving Tempest, and by the time I left, I was wading through the blood of its inhabitants. And lastly, Corocius the Pale. He was an ancient homunculus who betrayed the Aziriash at the behest of another cabal. That was not a military victory, but a personal one. In his attempts to make himself invincible, Corocius had sown inside himself the deadliest creatures from the depths of Camorra. It did not save him. I cut out every one of his 8 hearts and sent them to his former coven as a warning to the rest.
I see.
Are you sure?
What do you plan to do next?
I must adapt to my new circumstances and to this bucket that you monkey call a void ship.
Bucket?
These alloy bulkheads. So primitive.
I wish to know more about your kind.
What exactly do you want to know?
In what way do your kind differ from Craftworld Eldari?
In all ways. The Asuriani are feeble shadows of our ancestors. We are their true inheritors. The Asuriani hide from she who thirsts behind their paths, relying on the visions of their precious far-seers, or blind to the reality around them. We Drukhari laugh in the face of the unknown. We thrive off the carnage and pain we inflict.
Your kind are obsessed with pain. Why?
Because the ecstasy of suffering is the highest form of pleasure, accessible only to superior beings. By your very nature, creatures like you are incapable of knowing such gratification. You abandoned that topic very quickly. Why am I not surprised?
Why did the Drukhari hide in the webway? Why not live in real space?
Watch it. It is monkey who run and hide, not our kin. Camorra is the legacy of our ancestors. They found a way to penetrate the tangle of the webway and move through its twisting labyrinths. Few would hazard to travel in this splintered kingdom, let alone erect bastions in it. The Drukhari are the only Eldari who do not fear the horrors of the webway. For every peril we overcome makes us stronger.
Awareness test succeeded. Mazari sounds sincere, but it is clearly his truth that he is speaking. Something in his face makes you think there's another reason why the Drukhari race chose such a tumultuous dimension to be their home. I keep hearing the name Asdrubal Vex. Tell me about him.
No. No one speaks of the Overlord of Camorra without good reason. Amusing you is certainly not reason enough.
A subtle shift occurs on Marazai's face as if a shadow has just fallen across it. That will do.
Perhaps. What else? Then go. I will find something to amuse myself with.
Alright. I have heard his voice lines. I feel like we get rid of him, though. He wasn't that great in a fight for me. And he did take part in torturing all my officers and me. I feel like we say no wait. No wait? Why, you backseater? Why no wait? I don't know, I feel like I would save him for a heretical playthrough. You can get rid of him in the worst way. There's a worser way to get rid of him later. If you just warp jump. Once. Once? Once. Alright. This is for all the coconuts. This is to see if Mattyman's a liar. Where are we? Are we on Janus right now? Okay. I'm guessing the mandrakes are gonna come after us or something. Go to the world of Quetzaltamir. Okay, I don't know what that is, but I need to go that way, apparently. Lord Captain, there's an emergency at the officer's deck. Vigdis' voice is quaking slightly. Numerous victims, loss of communication. The Voidsmen report warp voices filling the compartments, but this is not a warp breach. This is the Xenos you took aboard at Janus. He has gone mad and went on a rampage. See, I should have killed him. I have two fairly reliable witness accounts. According to one, the Xenos suddenly assaulted the crew members, gutting them seemingly at random. The other claims that there are survivors who barricaded themselves in the adjacent compartments. The enforcers managed to isolate the raving Xenos in a dead end, but they have been unable to pacify him so far. What will your orders be? Such are the consequences of ill-considered actions born out of the lack of faith in the God Emperor's laws. I am ready to stop the accursed Xenos' rampage personally and repay every life he's taken. Why am I not surprised? Heinrich's voice is oozing with poison. Your Mattyman told me not to give him to you. Rogue traitor, we cannot bring back your subjects, but I will gladly aid you in disposing of the rabid creature before it mauls even more people. Vent the just shoot it into space. Vent the whole deck into space. I'm going to the officer's deck immediately. The squad of enforcers who have blocked the Xenos in the dead-end corridor is waiting at the deck. I beg you to be careful, Lord Captain. May the God Emperor watch over you. Mattyman wants more of my people's dead confirmed. The very first jump with Drakari on board has resulted in tragedy.
Color the uncolored.
Let's see. Exemplar. Oh god. Let's see. Her persuasion's really high. We'll get that. In the warp. This way. Protection. Her. Sure. Okay. Perception. Another weird one. What we got? Block. Let's see, open to the wharf. Perilous ways. Some trials. Unblinking stare. Let's see. Glimpse of fate. Immolate the soul. Scourge of the red tide. Create an area. Every creature in the area or who enters it or begins their turn in it suffers 10 to 22 damage. And reality. Point of curiosity. Let's get that. Awareness. What did we get here? Attention. Let's get the more health regen. New guy didn't last long? Yeah, apparently. Course untraveled. Perception. That's rolling around. Right now, goes on less. I just use an ally. Wait, what is this? Whenever a heroic act is used by any character, officer's next attack costs 0 AP. Whenever the officer grants action points to an ally, they get +1 to all characteristics for every action point gained. Yeah. Okay. This is about time for me to end the stream, but I want to see what this is. So, 5 more minutes, chat. Wait. What? Oh. Someone was hiding there. I was like, where's my people? Somebody open the door. Open the door before he gets me. What is this? Mars pattern plasma gun. Dreadmonger grenade? What is this? All creatures in the area must pass a willpower resistance test or immediately move out of the zone, even if they are stunned or immobilized. The movement triggers attacks of opportunity from the navigator's allies who have passed the resistance test or are outside the zone. What a weird thing. The maimed, bloodied body looks like a broken marionette lying in an unnatural position. I think I remember this room. This was in the tutorial. We were in here with,
Patience!
Theodora.
My nerves are frayed!
The corpse are missing its eyes and its face is horribly mutilated. Lord Captain, God Emperor be with you, and with all of us too. The Enforcer can barely suppress the tremors running throughout his body. Only you can deal with this spawn. Permission to report, your lordship. It started a few watches after the translation. Well, actually, they say this associate of yours had been acting strangely even before that. It's as if he started hearing things. He was swiveling back and forth, barking something in his Xenos tongue. Then he grabbed his blade and sliced his hand open. His own hand. Then he suddenly howled and lunged at the people nearby. Point at the daemonette. Can you see her? That's a Slanesh thing. The officer looks behind him, glances around the deck, then turns to you with an alarmed expression. See who, your lordship? I cannot see anyone, Mukluk, but I can certainly sense a warp presence nearby. You're saying you can perceive it. Then the entity itself has decided to reveal its form to you. The real question is, why? Where is Marazai now? Who? Oh, the Xenos. He's holed up there. He nods at the barricaded gate. He corralled a number of crewmen in there like Groxes to a slaughterhouse. All we could hear were screams. We couldn't save them, so we locked him in there so he couldn't come back out, unless he finds a crack to squeeze through. Who are the victims of the massacre? Anyone he could get his hands on, your lordship. Officers, serfs, a technomat. He even attacked a servitor, although that didn't last long. He just tore its head off. The rest of them, though, the Xenos scum tortured the life out of them. You could see the color draining from the officer's face. I've heard enough. I'm heading inside. We'll unblock it right quick, your lordship. If only there was a way to flush that fiend out without going in. He stops and pales even more. Throne's mercy, I completely forgot. The late technomat. He turned on some security systems right before he bled out. We figured if the Xenos thinks about showing his face, the systems will get him. The point is, we should go with your lordship, with your permission. It just wouldn't be right for the Lord Captain to go in there alone. God Emperor help us all. The officer tries his best to speak calmly, but his voice is quivering. The thought of going inside the compartment that has become a death trap fills him with dread bordering on panic.
One step at a time.
Who is this? Is it the ruler of this vessel and the master of the lost child? Come closer. Let me get a good look at you. Lost child is probably Cassia. I can hear the beating of his heart, the roaring blood in his veins, the pulsating fear in his black soul.
How intriguing.
Alright, hold on.
I am your shadow. Fortune smiles on us.
When the time comes for me to step into this world, he will be waiting for me.
Another step. Another
Ah!
thread. I see
Crap.
what others do not. The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I? Just as I was taught.
Dude, we just level up
Just
again.
as he ordained. The Vizier. Would he be proud?
Okay.
Am I?
Alright, we gotta do level ups again. Alright, so this is gonna take a little bit longer than I thought. So, I am gonna quick save it here, chat, and we will pick it up from this moment next time. Okay. With that, chat, I am out of time, I'm afraid, but for those of you interested, I will be back later tonight. If anyone here doesn't know me, my name is Muck. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I'll be back this evening continuing our playthrough of Diplomacy is Not an Option, and I'll be back on Rogue Trader tomorrow morning. As always, please consider hitting that follow button if you're on Twitch, subscribe if you're watching me on YouTube. Here's links to both my YouTube channels if you want to check those out, and a special thank you to our patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support. I could not do it without them. There's a link to that in the chat if you're interested. You guys have a fantastic rest of your day. If you're on the Twitch side of things, I'm going to raid another channel right now. Looks like Fandrel is live. I'll raid Fandrel just to support another content creator, and I will see y'all over there. And once again, I will be back tonight if you wish to join me for Diplomacy is Not an Option, or in the morning for more Rogue Trader. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah.
As well, I'm gonna assume like air is gonna be power healing,